Good morning, good evening, wherever you are around the world. It is time for the big game here in Dallas. My name is Ben Miney, alongside the one and only Ben Kirby.
Good evening, everyone. Happy to be back. Pumped to be playing some quarter 50 no-limit holdem tonight.
Oh, yeah, dude. But it's time for the flip. Let's see who's got it. It's the you know it best. The $250 PLO flip done by these 7 players is going to result in a 1.8 thousand. I think it means something. No, that can't be right, but whatever. You see the 8-high flush takes it down multi-ways.
That's a gift, I would say.
That is nice.
8-high flushes don't usually do that great in the 4-card game. But hope everybody's out there having a good evening and a good week so far. It's been with you for the next 4 hours, which is a special treat.
We're just going to do what we do, and that's going to be commentating over the high-stakes poker action that you love to see. We know you'll love to see it. There's 111 of you guys joining us right away without, being a minute live. So thank you all so very much. Good evening.
And we've got a full table of crushers tonight, and even one player buying in for over 50,000 US TCH dollars. So hopefully all that money's going in the middle tonight. We're here for some big pots, some all-ins, some crazy suckouts. We're not here for the raise and take it's by any means, and you can see that Dong's just got stacks galore already. And my dad always says, all it takes is money, and that's true.
Fair enough.
Zane with the 10-8 off in the big blind, raising it to 200 right away over Jim V, and he's going to take the first one. You can't win all of them unless you win the first one. And Zane is off to a hot start. What's up, everybody out there in Chat Pro land? It's been a while since I've seen you all. I missed this very niche family of mine, YouTube, chat, brethren, and sisterin. Hope y'all are doing well.
And we're on to hand number 3 of the night. Action is underway. Got some familiar faces and some newer faces to me, but we got Mr. Dong here in the seat 1 who bought in for over 50,000 to start tonight's action.
That inflation's killer, bro.
I tell you.
50,000.
Gas prices going up, which means we got to increase our buy-ins by, 150%. So
right. It's just basic economics.
Oh, stonks, if you will. Jim here with the Jack-9 is going to go ahead and call the... Oh, excuse me, he raised, and Rick's going to make the call. So here we go. Ace high, 2 hearts.
Open-ended straight draw for Jim. Rick with the king deuce ball. Bet and an instant fold by Rick.
All she wrote. Action City. The starter off.
People are trickling in as you maybe put the kids down, finish dinner, get back from work, whatever you're up to. Hope you're ready for 4 hours of high-stakes action. Hit that like button on the way in. If you have not done so already, you might as well do it because we're going to bother you about it, people.
We got some goals for you tonight, but we're not going to address those quite yet. We're just going to let some people join us this evening, and then we'll let you know those right now. But we do have a couple subs right away. Sam Ullman, thank you so much for the sub. So I went a little earlier, too.
Oh, yeah, we're pretty close to 45,000 subs.
Very close.
So if you've ever considered hitting that subscribe button, tonight's the night.
It's the night. Let's see. We got the actions going to be started with Rick here with the 6-3 of hearts. And Rebuy, I love the name. Gonna go ahead and looks like put on a little bit of a rickety raise. Yeah, 3-bet takes it down pre.
Ace-2 suited. Sometimes people throw that in their little 3-bet bluff range. The charts sometimes have it in there, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong, GTO bros out there. Are we missing table audio?
I'm just double checking. I was just about to text Cooper that myself. I think we don't have table audio right now, so I think I gotta get that fixed.
So you just get bin audio in high def.
Just for a minute.
What everybody's been looking for all weekend long. Dong under the gun, 8-6 of diamonds with just cheddar cheese galore, raising it to 125. And Jim V with the jiggities, the 2-piece J diggities. On the button, looks like he's going to 3-bet it to 400.
That'll do.
In position. Back over to Dong, who might be curious with the suited connector and stacks 1,000 big blinds deep.
You saw the shrug of his shoulder there.
This looks like a 4-bet inbound.
Why not? Yeah, let's go. All the way up. How about $2,125?
He came to play. Jim V's got 16,000 behind, which isn't shabby. And I don't know if Jim V wants to fold jacks yet for 1,700 more. This is definitely a premium. Phil Hellmuth's top 10 hands. I used to have that DVD of Phil Hellmuth way back in the day where he said, basically, play these top 10 hands, fold everything else. That's right. JT in 1968 says Ben K has been on vacation for 2 weeks. He needs to make up lost time. Yeah, it feels like it's been 2 weeks.
Get those numbers or those hours in there, guy.
But I technically was only on vacation for 3 days last week for a very special reason.
Ooh.
Okay, we are working on the table audio, says my counterpart here.
Hello. That's me.
So Jim's really in the tank here with the 2 jiggities after 3-betting on the button. This looks very strong from Dong. He opened under the gun with the suited connector. And, I don't know how many hours Jim has with Dong. On paper, in a vacuum, this line looks very strong, but you also have position. It's still a pretty strong hand. And, I guess the implied odds to get a full double. Props to Dong for really leveraging his stack and maybe his aggressive image. I don't know if they've been playing before this. Oh, is that 5-bet coming? Maybe Jim V's got a read, bro.
That's got to be history right there, right? You're not making this 5 without a little bit of knowledge in this matchup.
Jiggities never make it in the 5-bet range unless you've got it. Unless you've got a history, I think. Maybe sometimes you do this with jacks, but Jim looks like maybe he's going to fold.
Ooh,
wow. I think it was close.
Shows the 6, and that's
the 6 of diamonds. Let's freaking go, everybody. We're here to play poker, baby.
Action City here already. Dong, you're sitting on 50K, so get out of my pot.
Dong bought in for 50 and is doing his part to carry this game. That's awesome. On to the next one.
Rick here, ace jack offsuit on the button. Gonna make it $1.75 to go. Action folds around all the way back to Mr. Dong with the ace 10. I'm assuming he's not going anywhere.
So now he's gonna have to adjust his image a bit, I think, or adjust his play based on him showing that massive bluff, and he's about to maybe pay. Although Rick's got 10,000 behind. I almost said only. 10,000 is a lot of money.
That is surely a lot of money.
But compared to Dong's stack, Dong might have to pay, especially with him being out of position, unless he gets a miracle. Deuce.
Pairs the board. That's some chop outs now. Any deuce will chop this pot for Dong.
Same with a queen or a king. Aces and deuces.
Lots of chop outs.
So maybe this is, we'll see. If this river comes positive for Dong, it might be a heater check already that he's manufactured himself. We'll see.
Gonna slide that pink chip in there like it's nobody's business, and we're on to the river.
Pepto $500 coming to the river.
Bink.
And a 10.
How about a 10 to win? Oh, he doesn't care about those chop outs, brother.
Got to bet big here if you want to get paid.
1,600. That's pot size.
Full pot, and what a miracle 3-out river for Dong. Aces and 10s with a 9. This is so sick. Sometimes you just can't beat them. Although we've only played 5 hands, and Rick is going to make a really good fold. Wow. That was an outstanding fold. Rick folding to 1 bet, full pot size bet on the end.
Wow, nice hand. Dong's heater continues on the night.
That was awesome.
So we do have word that we're not going to have any table audio for you tonight. That kind of blows, but hey, that's all right. So the
very disappointing.
The story is that we had some stuff moved into our production room here. An order came in for the house. And they put some stuff in here, and the computers got moved around, and some cords got unplugged. So with that, you get to listen to Ben and Ben in the booth.
This is why we cannot have nice things.
This is exactly why.
Zane with the ace-6 of diamonds raising to 150. Oh, and Brian's got ace-queen, and Dong with another suited gapper of diamonds. JD's got the snowman. So we've got 5-way action here playing quarter, 50, and almost 1,000 in this pot. And it comes king, queen, jack. So Brian with middle pair and a Broadway draw, doing okay. Dong with an open-ender. Now ace-queen really improves. Brian with 80% of the equity, turning trips. And he's got to put something out there. Rebuy technically flopped top pair. Dong still with an open-ender, but the board pairing really reduces the attractiveness of that draw, and Brian's going to take it down with a nice little turn card.
Not hand.
Somebody asked, I think JTN asked why I was gone last week. I, by some stroke of a miracle, got to go to Augusta and go to the Masters for
Excuse
day
me?
1 on Thursday. Yeah.
I didn't know that's what you did.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
By some stroke of friendship luck, I had a friend that had another friend buying tickets, and they asked me if I wanted to be their fourth, and I gladly obliged after plenty of chores and pleading at home and much advance notice. I was able to go on Thursday, see Tiger tee off. I saw Neiman hit that eagle on 9.
Beautiful.
It was an amazing experience that I did not deserve, but very grateful. As Zane is 3-betting it a bit with ace-9 of clubs.
A little bit loose for Zane, but I like to see it. Maybe taking advantage of these players a little bit.
I like the tone of this table, even though we can't hear anything. Everybody's looks like they're ready to gamble, not looking to just raise and take it.
I'm going to do a quick shout-out for all of our chat pros that are now joining us here. We usually shout them out, but I think I forgot. So, what's up? We got Miss Alice is here. JC Sound Guy. Skull's here. Got Ragnar Roverby. JTN obviously is here. We're just talking about him. Let's see. Mr. Poker Monkey. Mr. PM Poker Monkey, welcome to the stream.
Good evening.
Krzyzek Derton from Poland is here.
Let's go.
What's up, Poland?
International affair TCH Live is.
Absolutely. I'm looking for some. Is Jedi here yet? I don't see Jedi yet.
Ragnar Overby saying TCH Dallas doing the bird's nest method of cable management. That's hilarious. And not far off.
You love it. You really do. Alex Zaroff is here as well. Good evening, everybody. And now we're going to continue on. The next hand, 3-bet pot here, going 3 ways to the flop. Ace-Queen is doing that 3-betting, and it's 10s versus 7s. Otherwise, Queen on the flop, no sweat. Out flops both pocket pairs.
Brian doing well with this Ace-Queen back-to-back.
Back-to-back.
Flopping top. Dong might stay around with second pair. This board is pretty disconnected. I mean, it's about as dry as they come. He's got those 2 massive stacks of 1K chips. The blues out front are worth $1,000. The Pepto pinks are worth $500. Black chips are are 100. Greens are 25 and reds are $5. So Brian's going to continue betting on the 9 of spades, trying to get some value from worse queens, hands just like Dong's. It's hard to fold for Dong. I mean, it's 6,100 in this pot.
There he goes. He's out. Brian takes down $2.4 thousand.
Nice one.
Guys, we have lots of goals tonight. One of them is, we alluded to it just a second ago, 45,000 subs is where we want to get. And there may be some giveaways involved should we hit that milestone tonight.
Let's go.
So do it for the Ben Squared. Do it for the memes, if nothing else.
This is a very rare treat for all of you. You are so blessed to be in the presence of both Bens. Overwhelming Ben commentary with very little poker insight.
Where have you been, if you will?
Puns galore.
Brandon Denoncourt with a $1.99 super chat says, "What's up? Playing 1-3. It was great. I'll be back." Oh, he played on the 1-3 stream.
Nice.
Ah, yes, Brandon. Yes, Brandon. Well, it was fun to watch. I know you didn't have a great start of that stream when I was dealing the first half. Hopefully it got a little better.
Hayden Fortini with the $9.99 super chat. See you guys tomorrow night. Let's go, Rick. Fire emoji, fire emoji, fire emoji. Thanks you so much, Hayden.
Thank you, Hayden.
Let's
Appreciate
go, Rick.
And we're going to come to a flop here, which is going to be King High the best of... Nope, pair 4 is the best of it for Dong.
8 of diamonds picks up a straight... Nope.
Ish. Nope.
Excuse us. We're
coming in
been
late.
A while, guys.
Coming in late.
No table audio has really thrown me off, folks. King,
I can
queen,
just get
high.
some white noise here, some chip shuffling in the background.
Oh, man. Dong's going to take down another one. He's liking the diamond suited hands tonight. So I'm interested to know who some of these players are next to Jim. Rick and who else? I'll see you here in a second. What a Brian with ace-7 off under the gun. Usually a fold.
That's not good. I tried to find it. That's poor.
Folds around to Jim and the small blind king deuce, no good. And now one of the newcomers, Rick, 2 4s, the fake aces in the big blind. He's going to raise it, which I think is fair. 200. Over to rebuy with ace-4 suited, which this is a 3-bet, I think, sometimes. 2 legitimate hands, blind versus blind.
We'll see a flop. Those comes Trey clubs. Trey of them.
Jack deuce 7. This is a whoever's most aggressive wins it.
First in, last out, I sometimes like to say here. Let's see if Rebuy can pull it off.
Rebuy's only got 3 outs. He's going to bet half pot.
Rick, nothing to go along with than a pair of handicapped aces.
It's kind of a limit hold'em situation. Like in limit hold'em, generally you call those spots every single time because you're just getting such crazy pot odds, and you have a pair, but in no limit. I guess he just didn't want to have to pay bets on the turn and river. Even though blind versus blind, a pair is good a lot of the time.
Absolutely. Hey, you got another $9.99 super chat from Miss Alice Acuna.
Thank you,
So
Alice.
awesome. Thank you, Alice. Appreciate always seeing you in our chat. Welcome back.
Thank you for the generosity. Good to see you.
And, of course, we have a couple subs, too. At least I saw one. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? It was Nick. Nick something. Nick Baker, thank you for the sub. Appreciate it.
We are on our way to 45,000 subs. Let's freaking go.
Let's go. Where the hell is Rom, says Mark L. Well, he is one of our seats coming. He's got one of the seats. And then, of course, Dustin, you might recognize him. He is going to be coming into the other seat. So that's our 2 remaining seats. They're just running a little late. It's a stormy weather out there in Dallas today, so we're giving him a little leeway.
Brian flopping an open-ended, not open-ended, but a straight flush draw, and he binks his inside straight draw.
All right, that'll do. 10 high
and
straight.
8s and 6s for Zane in the cutoff.
Yeah, that's pretty wild. 2 pair, and let's see if he can get away from it as he does bet 400, or maybe he boats up on the river. I'm calling it now.
Dude, an 8 of clubs would be...
Bink. How about right here? That's not it.
No.
That is not it. But that's going to be a money card probably for Brian. At least he might think so.
Josh Williamson must be new here. He says, limit poker, never mention that again.
Wow.
I think you got the wrong 2 guys in the booth to be hating on
the 2
limit
horse
hold'em.
players in the entire production staff.
Yeah, betting 600 from Zane for value, 8s and 6s, and Brian here with basically the nuts. He doesn't have the nuts now with the queen coming on the end, but he probably feels okay raising it because 9-7 of clubs is and an instant call from Zane.
I think it was a clean 3x and an instant call. And we're going to see a nice little pot there for Brian again.
Nice $5,000 pot headed over to Brian. And if you don't know Brian, he, at least his claim to fame here is that he got 60th in the main event last year of the World Series for like a nice 60-place score.
We'll say a bankroll builder.
Yeah, bankroll builder. Although I'm not completely sure he needs it, given that
well, I mean.
he plays pretty frequently on the Tuesday night, which is kind of indicative of either doing pretty well for yourself, being a great poker player, or having a major problem. It's one of those 3 things. It's one of those 3 things, and I don't think it's the last one. I think it's a combination of the 2. He's got a solid game and loves to play, and also I think it seems to be doing okay in life, as he's got 2 7s. Raising it to 300. Calls. Dong raised to 300 and a quick call from Brian. Jack 8-4. Rainbow. Dong with a gutter.
Yep, that Brian is double blocking.
That's right. A 7 would be good for the stream.
That'd be good for that would be good for the stream. It's going to be a 425 bet, and Brian's already in the muck.
And Dong's going to keep doing this until somebody like JD plays back at him. And, guys like this that buy in a ton and leverage their aggression are going to keep pounding on everybody until they face a little resistance. And so far, since he's running well and getting his will through, it's pretty dangerous for everybody else out there. So somebody's going to have to stand up eventually and play back.
How about another super chat? Guys, we have a super chat? Oh, my God, I can't speak. Super chat train tonight.
We're so overwhelmed.
Jeez. $20 super chat from Mr. JTN says, my run good is really working today. Got a check for $350 in the mail this morning.
Dang, mailbox money. Let's
go. More money for me to donate during the meetup game. By the way, might have accidentally bought something for kid talking. Wait a minute.
JTN is very invested in my family at this point. I'm still going to try to make it to the meetup game. Hope to see everybody there. Unofficial meetup game or whatever they're calling it.
Yeah, I'm not even sure.
Everybody meet at one place. I think we're moving the next day, but I scheduled the move to not interfere with the meetup game.
We're looking at a 4-bet pot here from Jim. A 3-bet here was from Rick, and he's going to go ahead and fold that. Now Brian with 10s in the small blind.
Brian's had a few hands in one orbit. 7s, ace-queen twice, 10s. Facing a 4-bet, 10s is close. In a small blind, feels super uncomfortable. But pretty strong hand to just fold every time.
So at least he's going to go a mining on this flop. Does he connect? He doesn't really need to. Oh, now he does.
Door.
Jeez.
So Brian, this is probably a click the check fold button. Jim flopping basically the world top on an ace 8-6 board. He's going to bet 800, it looks like. I think that's what he said. Yep. And Brian, this is cheap enough for him to continue. He can catch a 9 or a 7, or obviously a 10 would be great, but it's just so cheap for him to fold.
So let's go to a turn card. Does come a 3 of diamonds. That is not an improvement for his hand. Jim still with the best of it, and Brian drawing to 2 outs. I think Brian thinking about if there's any value to donking into him, and he decides not to. Good move there, as Jim does have it this time. Let's see what size Jim elects to go for. He's going to go for the cool, clean, collected $2,000, and Brian is in there in the Cards in the Muck yesterday. Button moves, we're on to the next hand. Also, shout out to Mr. Sal in the box for the first half.
Oh, Sal, yeah. Former poker vlogger. I don't know if he's making vlogs anymore. But
I don't think so, but I think he would. I think he would go back to it if he had enough push.
Him and the other guy, I
the
forgot
one and
his
only,
name.
Mr. Data Derek Ing.
Sal, they were making vlogs around the same time Next Gen started theirs, because it was like very early pandemic, and the algorithm shot me their vlogs because I had nothing better going on, and they had some interesting stuff. Sal seems like I've played with him, and he's dealt to me several times. He's a cool dude. And pretty good. Like, pretty good at tournament, pretty good at cash. Dong raising it to 200 with 5-6 off.
This is exactly what you were talking about.
JD is not the one.
Not the right one.
I think Dong is going to, over the course of the 4 hours, going to bemoan having JD on his left, because JD will 3 and 4 bet you all night if he's got anything remotely playable.
And I'm sure if he could have chosen, he wouldn't have had that way. But they do draw random seats at the beginning of this stream, so a little intel for you behind the scenes. Before we do go live, they do draw 4 seats.
Aaron Barch, watching from Jacksonville, Florida. Let's go.
What's up?
Best bet Jacks. Played there before.
You're not Florida man, are you?
No, I lived in Pensacola for a year when I was in the Marines.
I see. Is it true there's Crocs everywhere? Alligators?
Yeah, I don't think I had many run-ins, but there were several on base.
Jay Diggles here with the pocket kings.
Look at all these hands.
Just going upstairs to 800 as it was an open from rebuy with the ace queen.
It's rebuy's first hand tonight, other than that blind versus blind ace queen. He doesn't like getting 3-bet by JD. JD's only played one hand before this, but this is a pretty strong hand in the hijack, especially versus 3 other players. He might 4 it to thin the field, and he does.
Wow, huge bet. Looks like we're going up to 3,000.
JD just getting the gifts.
Just what a day to be JD. Brian is way gone. Dong is way gone. Now it's back to Mr. Jason Diggle. That's his name isn't Jason, but
and this achieved what Rebuy was trying to achieve by getting it heads up. But unfortunately, he's most likely going to run into a 5-bet from JD and have to fold, having donated 3,000.
There's definitely some opponents at this table where he could just smooth call here, but I think against a player he might not have played it so much against, I think a 5-bet is definitely the direction you might go for. 5-bet's looking awfully nutted at these stakes.
Kimmy Stone, $19.99 super
Miss
chat.
Kim.
Want to join the super chat train? I love me some Ben and Ben in the evening. Praise hands back to you, Kimmy. And,
there it is. All of the chips.
JD rips it for 2 stacks of high society with the 2 red cowboys, and that gets it done. It would have been awesome if he showed the 6 of diamonds too, like Dong, but you basically have no bluffs there.
No point.
Cool hand.
Big hand indeed. He made over $3,000 doing close to nothing.
Takes money to make money. JD's got a little bit.
God bless it.
And he had the hand to back it up as well.
So again, thank you, Miss Kimmy Stone, for the super chat. She made a royal last Wednesday.
That's dope. A 2-card royal?
A 1-card royal and got paid the max.
Sweet.
Insane. On the river. It was
amazing.
It was amazing. It was quite amazing. It's actually a really small, quick little highlight video. Maybe we'll post that in the chat in a minute.
Nick from Yuma, a rare sighting,
There he
at
is.
least for me. Good evening, Ben and Ben, my fellow professional chatters. Good evening back to you. In FY.
Martin Turner with a sub. Thank you so much. As we hope to get up to 45K tonight. Can we do it? And now it's a 3-bet pot here from JD again. The ace-6 of hearts. Dong with the other hearts. The other hearts of the king high variety. Going to get in there. Will we see 2 hearts on the flop? We will not. 9-8-8. And that is not it. Ace high in the lead.
This is going to be the narrative for the entire night, I think, between Dong and JD. 350 from JD.
Quick stare down.
And Dong gets out of the way. JD's happy to take down a free 1500, and he shows the 6. And Dong's like, well, you're ahead.
There's got to be a show 1-6 bounty going on at this table.
That's a good idea. Ragnar Overby says, instead of posters of tournament winners like another poker room, TCH should put up posters of players who donk off a bunch of buy-ins, the true heroes of the poker world. the
Just
funders,
doing their service.
The funders of the poker economy.
I got a quick little heads up here from our exec producer. Says if we get to 200 likes by 7 p.m., that's just over half an hour. Giveaway times, baby.
Let's go.
As Rom's joining us now.
Rom
in the 8 seat.
Always great for the stream. He's liable to put $10,000 in on a pure bluff or with the nuts. He's a very good poker player.
Definitely capable of making moves. So welcome to the table, Mr. Rom. And now we're back to the blinds. Jim V with a jack-9. Gonna make the call. Yep. And he backs to the third blind. Who's gonna check his option?
7-4
See
suited.
if we see anything good going on here. Ugh. Nope.
This is unfortunate for all involved.
Everybody is a loser in this
Both players know that they can't really tell the ace story, and so they're just going to check, and whoever chooses to bet is probably going to take it down. King high, 75. You know, most players just don't even feel like dealing with it. Like, they could float here and try to raise, but it's like, what's the point?
What are we doing this for? Why are we here?
Jim V's going to take that one down with jack high. I'm excited for some giveaways.
I'm excited too.
I haven't been a part of those in a while. I blew all my points a few streams ago, and so I probably can't participate. But I'm trying to get some merch for this summer. I'm trying to rep it for my local card house at the WSOP.
Well, you know we have sublimated socks now.
I've heard that. Yeah, I'm trying to get a promo code from the inside.
Oh, I can get you on. I can get you in on that one. I got the insides on that scoop.
I'm just gonna roll up with 5 pairs of sublimated socks.
I still don't know what that means. Brian here gonna open it up to 150 and looking for any action at all. Rom here with a hand that can deliver some.
Rom likes it. Ace-2 suited.
Raise. I think is what's going on here. Brian is going to oblige. Thank you for the action. Let's go to a flop.
Let's go. We've got a pot developing. 1,200 in the middle.
It's king in the window. And ace there also. But a gutter to the Broadway for Mr. Brian along with his pair.
Brian's been running pretty well tonight so far. Second pair in a Broadway draw. This is, 70-30 in Rom's favor.
Tiny bet. About a quarter pot.
Jack of hearts would make it really saucy for all involved. 350. He's going to call 5 of hearts.
Okay, well, he didn't need the improvement, but he finds some. If Rom thinks he's up against a better ace now, he doesn't really care all too much yet.
4-1 dog. Brian
Brian needs something here.
And Rom's going to check it.
Wow.
This is interesting. Yeah, Rom's definitely not scared, but he also maybe wants to just realize all the equity, pairs the board.
2 pair for both players, and now Rom doesn't have to worry about kicker problems, really.
A lot of things chop. 1,000 in a call, and Rom's going to be elated to see that they're not chopping.
Whee!
And Rom with a little extra value on the end.
Nice hand. You can see the chip counts here. Tong with he hasn't stacked anybody. He just bought it for $50,000.
Golly, that's like one of those full bricks from high stakes poker.
Yeah.
50,000.
I just watched an episode of that the other day.
The newest one?
Yeah, John Robert said, okay, this hand I want pocket queens, and he just got it on that hand.
Dude,
he won the hand, and he tabled him, and everyone's like, oh.
That show is so entertaining.
I agree.
And it just seems like a lot of them just do not care about money. Especially John Robert. He's just in there splashing.
Oh, yeah.
150 from Dong with 2 tens, a legitimate hand.
And it's very applicable. I used to call this hand tea time.
Tea time. Which one? Tens?
Yeah, tens. Yeah. A couple teas. Tea time.
Okay. Jack 9-5.
Kind of a thin joke. Not really good.
Look, you've got to take risks in comedy.
It's
is
true.
What I always
It's
say.
so true. Zane here with 2 overs and a gutter that Dong is double blocking, but he doesn't know that, so he's going to go ahead and bet $75.
A little bit of something for everybody. A straight draw and 2 overs for Zane. Dong's got second pair. He doesn't like folding, and so he's in there. A 10 would be disastrous for Dong, but he's hoping for one.
Finds a 3 of hearts on the turn, so a little bit more of that equity going back to Dong. He does still have the best hand. Zane drawn to a king, queen, or 10. Yes, for those that are just joining us now, we do have a table audio problem for tonight. Looks like we won't have table audio, but that just means more Ben and Ben action trying to fill that void.
Ace on the end.
We know we're – yes, okay. Go ahead. Sorry.
I'm just saying ace on the
Words.
end makes it somehow in Dong's favor. Zane sees that like, wow, how am I no good? And Dong takes it down with 2 tens. And to your point, I think people have been needing the void to be filled by our 2 collective inputs.
Why wouldn't they want it? But I will say that we are addicted to chip shuffling zones. It's just who we are.
It does feel a little naked without it, and both of us, I don't think we would claim to be expert analysts, but very happy to commentate the best we can to hopefully make it entertaining for all of you.
Indubitably.
Our goal is entertainment, not for you to be the next GTO crusher. So if you've got some input on hands and how things could be played, put it in the chat. Always good to have some strategy discussion.
Oh, boy. Hand developing here. Ace-Jack suited. Going to be facing a 3-bet here for Brian with a king.
Brian's had premiums galore tonight. Rick has not played any hands, really. Just by not having any cards. And wow.
Top set.
Brian, this is one of those situations where you probably check, given that you just have the entire board smashed.
Rick here does have a draw to the nuts, though, hypothetically, on a runner-runner.
So what do I know? He's actually getting a call from Rick.
And oh boy. How about the nut diamond draw here for Mr. Rick?
So now Brian gets an opportunity to check it over to Rick, and Rick now might feel compelled to bet. He could check back and realize all of his equity, which would behoove him.
If he bets here, he's getting super raised. It's going to be big.
Yeah.
Big time raise. That's my guess. I don't think Brian's slow playing this turn.
Because
lots of hands get
if
there.
diamonds brick off, if straight draws brick off, just calls. So this is,
He's going to make the call. It might be right, but oh boy.
10. So now he's going to have to, check again to hopefully get Rick to bluff it. And, results, being results oriented, we get to see the cards. Rick might actually bluff again, and Brian will maybe get the max. And we are, Bob's your uncle. Because we don't, we basically called this hand opposite every street. And
pretty much.
Brian's going to table the top set and take it down for 4,100.
Maybe that's why they're there, we're here, etc.
That's right.
But that doesn't mean we don't love what we do. Commentating is the name of the game for us, and we love it. And we love to commentate to all of you. Looks like we have 650 of you joining us already this evening.
Let's go. That's a huge number.
Huge number for, recently. So we appreciate the viewership. If you do hit that like button, it gets us a little closer to the giveaway. 700... Excuse me, it's not 700. 200 likes by 7 o'clock is the goal.
Can we do it? We've done it before.
Oh, yeah.
We need about 90 more likes.
Need some help from the Chat Pro community, though. And now we're going to go on to the next hand. Rob, Queen, Jack of Spades. Going to raise it up on the button. Only a few more blinds to get through, and he does make it $1.50 to go. Brian's going to be happy to call with the Jack 10 of clubs in round 2.
two hands I really love, Queen Jack and Jack 10.
For these two players.
Both suited, a spade in the hole.
Bonk.
But alas. 3 to a flush for both players, and Rom's going to bet it. Ryan's going to immediately fold and show the best of it, actually.
Yep, bluffing with the best of it.
In full transparency, I have not hit the like button yet, and I just did. So.
Cheating.
So, trying to set the example, and I wasn't even living it. So, apologies. Hit that like button for us. Help us get to our 200 like goal as the likes continue to skyrocket. Be part of the change you want to see in the world. Hit that like button for us.
And you got 2 of the sportscasters here in the booth, 2 out of our commentating crew. Not a lot of the other guys that really care too much about sports. Yeah, from that area. So that was fun to watch. Saw them just make a nice home run before I got here today.
That's awesome.
That's good to see. Good for the game.
I've really, really tried to get into baseball and have yet to do it. I'm into most other sports. Baseball and hockey are the ones that just really take effort for me to get into, unfortunately.
No, it's probably like my least favorite of sports that I do follow.
I love the hats. The hats in baseball are great.
Great hats. A deuce high club draw here for Rom, and the pair of 6 is still good right now for Dong.
Feels a little dangerous for Dong.
Yeah.
Very coordinated. We get to see that he's crushing Rom right now, but it's very hard to continue with bottom pair in out of position.
He does get out of the way. Rom takes it down, and we continue on.
Rom doesn't care. This guy's willing to put a bet out there because he wants to win every single pot, and I don't blame him. Oftentimes it works for him. This dude is dangerous.
There is a little quiet in the room as Luka Doncic his doctor just released a little information about his left calf strain before the playoffs.
Oh, yeah?
That's not great.
Is he out?
He's probably out at least for a game.
That's brutal.
It's not sure yet, but it's in fact a left calf strain, and that is usually a 10-day recovery period.
Dude.
So, oof. That is yikes for the city of Dallas, which we are streaming from tonight, Texas Card House, Dallas. Thank you for the people at TCH Dallas for letting us put this stream on here every single week.
Absolutely. Jim Garrett, hello from Northern California. Looks like a good game tonight. Absolutely, Jim. Thanks for joining us.
A great start so far.
From
Ace,
the West
Queen,
Coast.
Jack here. A little bit for a lot of players. Wow, actually a lot going on. No ace, though. So pair of queens, the best hand at the moment.
With a straight draw. Backdoor diamonds. Dong with a pair and a straight draw as well. Rick with an open-ended straight draw. So Rick is going to take it down after betting. That's interesting.
I like it. Like the third best hand gets it done. Love to see it. Looks like we did have a little hiccup in the stream there. Some of you that were watching if you did get cut out, apologize for that. Not sure what happened there, but we are back up and running. So make sure if you need some assistance, refresh your stream and you should be good to go.
Thanks for subscribing, Danielle Sayers. Welcome.
Thank you, thank you.
Oh, I disregard. I do have a few points. Nice.
Hey, that's a non-zero amount of points right there.
Yeah, must have had a gift from above.
$25, $50, the name of the game.
Two-card poker.
That's
Texas
it.
Hold'em.
Just 2 of them.
And there is no limit to the amount of money you can bet in this game.
I went to it's so funny. I went to a Magic tournament this Saturday, and in between rounds of Magic.
Are you getting back into it, or have you been into it?
I've been playing online a lot, but I haven't played in paper. Now I'm kind of getting back into paper. There's no EV in Magic. It's just for fun. There's absolutely no EV in the prize support, so it's all for fun. But there was a table there of dudes just like playing deuce to 7.
Really?
Like without chips, they're just like playing deuce to 7, doing triple draws, and
That's funny.
The winner would get $1 or whatever for the players. They're just running a tab.
That's great.
That was great.
That would be amazing if there was a deuce to 7 resurgence.
it was beautiful. King high board here, 2 clubs, and 9's the best of it. Jim here with a couple dreams.
I know that used to be a big thing in the poker boom days. Like, a
Blip.
9 on the
How about a
turn,
set?
pure for dong.
But
wow.
Jim not drawing dead, drawn to a 10. 10 would be sick. I'd love to see it.
10 would be so sick. Betting 400 from dong and still
We
fold.
won't see a river.
Yeah, in the poker boom days, there was so many of those guys that were like, yeah, I came up playing Magic and now I play poker. And, they equated to the internet numbers dudes.
We got a new sub here, Strength and Fitness Supplies.
Okay.
What's up?
What is that, Swedish?
What?
That's quite the name.
I love it.
JTN says we are playing Deuce 7 at the meetup game. Like no limit?
No limit single draw, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do we want to?
I guess. I don't see why we wouldn't.
Oh, man, that's doable.
I mean, I prefer limit triple, but
I
I don't think I've ever played a hand of live no limit deuce. But, I mean, I know how to play. Who's ever playing that?
It's usually I don't even see it. It's just tournaments. You never see cash games with it. So.
Yeah.
3-bet here from Ron with the ace jack of diamonds. Going to get one hand out of the way. Zane's out. Now Jim, 8-7 high. Offsuit, no good. Nice hand for Ron. Takes it down there with some aggression. We're on to the next one.
I think in certain situations, Zane continues there in position, but for whatever reason, he didn't want to tussle with Rom. Yeah, if I'll rile up the limit Deuce to 7 mob so we can show up to the meetup game and really ruin everybody's no limit dreams. Thanks for subscribing, Uber Naga.
That's what I see. Mm-hmm. That's what I would have said. And Hidai DeHart, welcome. Another sub there. Appreciate you both. A lot of love for the Deuce 7 triple draw in the chat.
Heck yeah, I love that.
That's good to see.
See, people are out here, hungry for new forms of poker, but nobody's willing to, show up and get a list started.
Pony up.
We need everybody to collectively want to start the games. That's the the tough part about playing mixed. Look at this.
How about
flop.
a set for rebuy and a gutter here for Jim and a pair? And backdoor spades. He finds one of those spades. Wait a minute. Is that a straight flush draw?
Straight flush draw along with his pair. So now it's a 70-30 with a set for rebuy. Jim's got 14 outs, which feels okay. Jim's got some options. He can just call. He can raise to try to take it down with a pretty strong semi-bluff. And he's just going to call it, wanting to catch that straight flush.
It's always nice to see that on stream. We just saw Royal last Wednesday.
Yeah, let's hit it.
Let's see another one.
Or did he raised it to 1,500. Excuse me.
I couldn't even. I didn't
the
see
camera's
it. So.
juked
We
me.
both missed it.
Yeah, the camera's juked me. Excuse me. 1,500 back to dong or to rebuy, and he might 3-bet it, but he just calls. Big river card coming.
Oh.
3 of clubs on the end, safe for rebuy. And Jim, if he wants any part of this, he's going to have to put a big bet out there. Checks back, gives up. He knows that rebuy's got to have something pretty strong. And nice,
good.
Wise check back by Jim V. I mean, maybe I don't know. I don't know if you can get anybody to fold a set there. Sure, a straight's out there, but that's it. Or higher sets, but it just seems pretty thin. Like you have to bet a ton to even get him to consider folding a great hand like that.
If you like high-stakes games, you're right at the right spot. Tuesdays, every single week here on TCH Live Poker, we do have 25, 25, 50, and bigger on our YouTube channel here. But if you like lower mid-stakes, check out the other days that we do stream. One Sunday of the month, and that was this last Sunday. We do stream 1-3 no limit holdem. That was an awesome stream. Lots of chips in the middle.
Nice.
Oh, it was insane. I dealt the first half, and that was a lot of fun.
Sunday night?
Yeah, it was great. Truly great. We had 3 players come in from Kansas, and it was our first time here. So that was really awesome. So that's on Sundays. Let's see, Mondays and Thursdays you can catch our Austin games. Those are mid-stakes games. And, of course, Wednesdays we have our mid-stakes game in 5-5-10.
It's a lot of poker.
Lots of
here on the
things.
TCH Live channel. And we've been at
things.
it since January of 21, and it's been every single week without fail. So much poker.
Ace 9-9 here on the flop. Rom flopping the best of it again. Rom on a heater tonight.
Rom on a heater, and he knows that Dong likes to bet, and so he's going to check it happily over to Dong and have Dong do the betting for him. He knows that he probably can get 2 streets out of Dong regardless by checking to him. So a quick call and 2,000 in the pot. 5 of diamonds on the turn. Dong drawing dead, unfortunately for him. And, you know, Rom might choose to lead here because this is a weird card. Doesn't make sense, but he checks it again over to Dong, and Dong with no equity.
Going to oblige and put some chips in the middle here. Looks like $1,250.
Rom loves this. Like, Rom, I think, knows exactly where he's at, and he could just call and get one more street out of Dong, or he could raise it. But I'm not sure if raising accomplishes much here. I think that folds out everything worse, and you're getting pwned by hands that dominate you. So he is just going to call, continue to just print money.
River card comes, a 3 of diamonds.
3 of diamonds.
Doesn't change a darn thing for these holdings. It does bring in a backdoor diamond draw if there should be one, but there is none. It goes check, check.
Dong's done paying for it. He's like, okay, I tried. I'm not going to, you know, invest any more money in this hand with 0 equity. That's a way that I used to get in trouble back in the day. I would just blast every street and be so upset when I would get called down with error. But it's like sometimes just you got to give up because you want to have some amount of equity. And if you have 0 equity, that's not a great spot to be in.
You can see Rom here, our big winner so far tonight, up $5,500 in less than an hour. One would call that a good hourly rate.
Absolutely. Those are the kind of hourlies that get people hooked on poker. It's like, why would I work a job if I can make a few $100s an hour, $1,000 an hour?
Yeah.
But it takes money.
Here. Oh, it sure does. And, of course, you don't always make that hourly.
Yeah. And you know, lose a few Honda Accords in the process.
It's not all sunshine and roses.
That's right.
On the felt. Brian here, mystery hand, going to three bet up to $800 as Rebuy did open and Rom did call behind. Let's see what Rebuy wants to do. He is in the middle. I like that fold. He gets out of the way. Rom here, king, queen could come along. It's going to take some knowledge there, though, on the history between him and Brian. He does make the fold.
Brian taking down another one. I think he bought in for $10,000.
Yep. I think he's our second winner tonight.
Yeah, you know, I've said it before on other streams. I like Brian's overall swag. I like that this
love
dude
that sweater.
Doesn't seem worried about it. He, you know, is willing to play big.
Oh, yeah.
You know, mix it up with the pros, but also if he loses, he's not a jackass about it.
I've seen him take some serious beats on the stream before, and you're exactly right. Gentleman and a scholar is Rebuy is going to go ahead and raise it on up. Jack 7 of spades in the hijack, making 150 to go. Rom going to call with the queen 10 of hearts, the cutoff. Dong is going to put on the squeeze, and he's got a mystery hand this time, $900. So we're going to sweat it with Dong here. Back to Rom.
Rom doesn't like folding. He doesn't want to continue getting 3-bet off of his hands, but queen 10 might just be a little too weak.
Show it. Damn it.
Rom wants to get into spots where he can get a full double from Dong. You know, everybody's vying for this 50K stack. Everybody knows that, you know, the opportunity to make some serious cheddar is there, but also you got to pick your spots correctly. JTN says you should come to Tulsa and play the WSOP circuit in August, dude. That sounds tempting. I'll be, depending on how I do in June, will probably dictate whether or not I'm ever allowed to play a poker tournament again. But yeah, I used to, you know, play back when I went to Arkansas for college. We would play there. Make the trip over to resort capital of the world, Tulsa, Oklahoma. The Hard Rock, or I think it was the Cherokee back then. Ace Queen for Dong. Raise and take it.
All she wrote.
I haven't seen Dong play much. I know he's been on the stream previously, but you know, when people buy in for this much, I'm always so curious about their story. You know, are you a poker pro? Are you a crypto crusher? Are you a Dallas old money? Do you just work hard and invest? Like, it could be a whole host of reasons how. I mean, because it takes, if you're buying in correctly, or like doing proper bankroll management, 50K, you can infer that the bankroll is doing pretty good, unless you're just like Mike McDermotting it, going for it, 5 stacks of high society, which would be, an even better story, I think. It's like Dong's got his entire roll on the table, just going for it, circa 2004.
King, queen, 9 high here, and it's going to be, how about a pair? Gutter for Rom, and 6 high and a dream for Rick. And it's going to be a check and bet and fold.
Instant fold from Rick, 6,000 behind. When you have a stack that size, it just doesn't feel like you have the chip stack to make the moves that you want compared to a guy with even 15 to 20,000. 6,000 just doesn't feel like enough, even though that's like so much money.
A wild Derek Ing has appeared in chat.
Uh-oh.
Hello, my guy.
Derek Data. Old trusty. Oh, Derek with some scoop. Dong and JD have hundreds of hours of history with each other. That's good to know.
Yeah, I don't know about recently, but I know in the past when I started working here, they were the two that were here all the time, battling in the high-stakes streets.
I love that. Back when the plaques were in play?
Yep. But I haven't seen Dong here in a little while, so I'm glad to see him back here, and especially in a stream.
A remnant of a better time when the plaques, the $1,000 plaques.
You like them? You like those?
I like the idea of them, but the real estate that it took up and the...
Ooh.
I mean, as a dealer, I'm sure that was just a total
miserable.
pain.
They were there for the $1 million guarantee final table.
Uh-huh.
We busted out the milli plaques.
Yeah.
Oof. Yikes. They look cool. They actually look insanely cool, but wow.
You have to put your whole arm into it.
Yeah, there's no there's no cutting out plaques. It's spread.
Middle pair for JD, Zane with top pair, backdoor nut diamonds. Betting a call.
Let's see, a turn card going to come an 8 of clubs. That doesn't change a whole heck of a lot. So still pair v pair here. JD drawing to 2 outs, and that is a couple 5s in the deck, and he is definitely going to be obliged to fold.
This is, Zane giving him a Comfort Plus ticket to Value Town, betting once again, and JD sniffs it out. Is that rain?
Yep, sure is.
Wow.
It's raining cats, dogs, and men outside.
The best combo. 7 minutes remaining and about 20 likes in our goal of 200. We want to get a giveaway out there, but
we're going to need your help, though.
It's a give and take here at TCH Live. Give us the 200 likes. We'll give you the giveaway, and hopefully I win, as I need to stock up on my merch.
You see, Derek feels guilty when he goes in the giveaways. When he puts himself in there, he's like, I feel bad if I win. I love that you have the gusto to just get on in there and no fear.
Yeah,
just get me in there.
I've earned those points.
That's right. That's a great way to look at it.
And I'm here for the merch. I hate paying for stuff. I donate enough on the table. I do not need to be donating out here even more.
You've played Omajack with us before, right?
No, I haven't. I've heard y'all talk about it, but I've never played.
It's time. It's time we
I'd
introduce.
love to.
We'll get the Monday game going again.
Jack 5 suited again. JD doesn't like it.
Looks like it's brick time.
Brick time.
Color up on the table here.
Rick 7-4 suited. When folded around 2, it's an auto raise with almost any 2.
Yep. And just takes it down. So it looks like we're still getting the wheels turning on tonight's stream. Players starting to fill each other out, waiting for Mr. Dustin to show up, I'm sure.
196 likes. Can we surpass the 200-like mountain?
I don't think we can. I don't think we can do it.
6 minutes remaining. Our job's on the line. Please, for the love. If you want to see more high-stakes poker next week, you're going to need commentators, and our jobs are on the line. 2 away. 198 likes. 199. 5 minutes remaining. 201. We did it.
Bang.
Yes.
Boom, pow, baby. We did it.
Oh.
That means it's giveaway time. So we'll make sure we get the word on what that is, how we're doing it. And we'll let you know in a moment.
Our producer usually controls all that, but we will follow through. Thank you to everybody that participated in our like spike there at the last minute. With 5 minutes remaining, let's continue to run it up. You know, I work in sales, and the moment you hit quota, they just double it. That's probably what's going to happen with likes tonight. 228. Let's ride the wave.
Well, that's cool. You didn't have to do that.
Let's ride the wave. JTN says, I'll be able to feed my kid this week now.
The ghost of Zane folds Big Slick.
Oh, that sucks. And he's walking
And
back.
he's right there, of course. Of course. 150 to go from Jim. Rick, King, Queen. Looks like he's going to put on that 3-bet right next door. Does have the best hand at the moment. And he gets it done. That's a great result for King, Queen.
Absolutely, and Rick needed it. You know, he needed some confidence boost, the stack dwindling a bit. 25, 25, 50 is a big poker game, regardless of where you are in the country.
Hey, I found my wife in the chat. What's up, Miss Angie?
Hey, Angie. Good evening.
Good evening.
Thanks for sharing the miney tonight.
Just got back from driving from Durant, Oklahoma.
She did, or y'all did?
We both did.
Oh, yeah, that's always a fun drive.
Love it.
Womp, womp. Very scenic.
So much
Lots
going
of police.
on. Lots of police. Lots of awesome, awesome construction that I just love to look at.
There used to be that drive up there with all the excitement, and then you just inevitably get a speeding ticket because everybody flooring it trying to get to the card room. Looks like Dustin's in the house.
There he is, the man, the legend.
WSOP Circuit main event winner. This man plays it all and is not an easy player to play against. This guy does not like to lose pots and fights for every single one. It's one of those guys that I'm just never interested in playing with. Not because I don't like the guy, but he's just everything about his game is totally old school field play. I'm going to crush you by pure aggression.
We've already got 40 hands in here. And we are an hour in.
Sal blazing it, bro.
Dude.
40 hands an hour, bro?
That's insane. I got 57 in on Sunday, and I thought I did decent. Sal crushing it.
That's pretty awesome.
Granted, they are 7-handed, but I'm still going to give Sal all the creds.
Angie says, don't mind sharing. Take him anytime.
Yeah,
literally
that's fine.
anytime.
Yeah, that's fine.
Please, I would just need a little bit of peace and quiet at the house. Me and the dog.
Well, the dog isn't very quiet right now. She's on a little bit on an irate streak.
Bradley Little with a very good point. Running good, the most important poker skill. Absolutely.
So important. Jeez.
Takes a lifetime to master that.
Like the Omaha dailies, at some rooms. There's hardly any skill in those. It's so hard to find skill players. I mean, there's good players in those fields, but to consistently do well in low buy-in Omaha tournaments,
right? It's like a slot machine.
So many people just trying it out,
fun.
Right? It's a great way to learn Omaha for your Omaha cash games.
Yeah,
for sure.
A Texas Card House hat raffle has started for viewers. Use the ! Raffle space and then the number of points to enter the raffle. Each ticket costs 10 TCH Live loyalty points. Sorry, I confused it. Use ! Raffle space and then write the number of tickets you want, and each ticket costs 10 TCH Live loyalty points. Example, ! Raffle space 3 is 3 tickets, aka 30 TCH Live loyalty points.
So the number you're putting in the raffle is multiplied by 10 for how many points you're going to be spending.
Poker Monkey getting after it with 100 tickets.
Hello, lady.
Maybe I'll just... How many tickets can I have? 446, I think.
Yeah.
Let's go. Math. Raffle space 46.
Dong here, going to 3-bet with the deuces. Going to try and get this one done right now. Rom did open. Does he want to play 3-bet pot with the aces? I think he does.
Rom.
Oh, yeah.
The 2 pointy boys. And this might be a situation where Dong will want to set mine.
Dom, I think that he's just taking advantage of him here. A little bit of action player on action player. So now we're going to go to a flop. 3K in the middle. 2s versus 1s. And I don't see a deuce there. So ace is in the lead still by a wide margin.
I think I might have just lit my tickets on fire. I don't know if I've got a good chance, even though I just blew 460 points.
Guess we'll find out.
Rom with the 2 aces, betting 1,500 half pot. And Dong shows the deuce and says, I think you're good, bro.
I think you're just fine.
Rom doesn't show the aces, though. This man's a stone cold killer. Schoonover Oil, Dustin reps it for. I think that might be his company.
It is.
And,
you know, at least the one he works for.
In this
One of the
state,
two.
in this state, if you have an oil company and playing high-stakes poker, generally you can assume a few things about the financial situation of said person. Jeffrey Rennert says, good commentary. Thank you, Jeffrey.
Well, thank you so much. That's nice of you to say.
Our egos are very appreciative of flattery.
Doesn't take much.
No. It also doesn't take much the other way for us to be completely crushed.
Also that. I mean, we're definitely not doing this for the compensatory reasons. We're doing this. We're doing this for the love of the game.
That's right.
And we're here for you guys. So if you guys have any questions for Ben and Ben in the booth, drop them as we are here for you.
Absolutely.
JKT on the flop here, and it's going to be Jay's in the lead for Rom. Bink, I don't know, the pair of nines now is set of nines. That's what it is. I knew there was a 9 out there.
Rom.
That's right. That's right.
And a call because a heart draw for Dom.
Wow, okay.
Rick's got to
Action
pop
turn.
it, I think, although there's a 4-liner to a straight.
Dude, let's see the 5 deuce take this down.
Just calls. He's kind of scared of the 4-liner, which I don't blame him.
There it is.
Let's
go.
A heart Dong with the 5 deuce ball. Gonna
Bing,
bet
bing,
huge.
bing.
And, you know, how do you fold if you're Rick? Maybe easily. And he does. And Dong's going to take it down.
Wow.
Comes perfect to river the 5-high heart flush. We are 120 subscribers away from 45,000. If you're out there lurking in YouTube land, hit that subscribe button. Do what feels right.
Yes, we are on the road to 45K subscribers. We want to do that tonight. We're just under 200 subs away, and I think we can do that. 680 of you watching. I think I just saw 700 a second ago. So welcome to the stream. You've chosen TCH Live Poker for your poker content tonight. You could be anywhere on the interwebs, and you're here with us, and we appreciate that. So JD's going to go ahead and raise it up to 150 to go in the +1 with the old King-Queen.
Oma 15 says pocket bins MFers.
Absolutely.
That's a better way to say it. Pocket bins. Yeah, that's good.
Pocket bins. Love it. B is the second letter of the alphabet, so I guess that could equate to pocket deuces.
Yeah, you're right. If you really want to dig deep there.
Yep.
King, Queen v. King, Queen. JD versus Zane. And a queen in the door.
There it is. Wait, hello. Wait a minute.
This feels like a flop.
Wait a minute. How about 2 pair for Dustin, the best hand at the moment?
Dustin's got 2 pair. JD and Zane with top pair and a straight draw.
$200 for top pair here from JD, who is drawing live.
Poker Monkey, $4.99 super chat. TCH is unsurpassed. All the dealers, commentators, and crew members are the best, and it gets me out of the house for my wife's sake. That'll preach, Poker Monkey. Thank you for the $4.99 super chat.
Thank you so very, very much. JD and Zane both with the King-Queen, drawing to a 10 to chop the pot. But Dustin way in the lead here with a 2 pair, and he keeps his lead still on the turn.
5 of clubs is a banana for JD and Zane.
Ready for that one.
Dustin continuing to bet for value. He feels okay about it. Wants to charge the open-ended straight draws and the spade draws and the top pairs. And he's got 23,000 behind. What a boss.
That is a boss. Zane here in the middle with nothing but top pair and a gutter. Which is a lot, I guess. It's relatively draw-heavy board.
It feels hard to fold.
But he is going to get out of the way. He doesn't like being in the middle. JD here with the same hand. Let's see what the news brings.
It goes bet, call on flop, and now check, bet, call. JD's suspicious. 6 of hearts. Safe for Dustin. He's probably just going to take a check call line because it feels like it's too exploitable to fold top pair to just basic aggression. But Dustin is going to take him to Value Town,
just
600.
Milking him.
Quarter pot, and JD knows it.
Oh, boy. That's a free $600. As he'll take it down with 2 pair. That's the best hand.
Dustin doing his thing. A
There we
$3,700 pot right out the gate.
And his night begins. And now we have a full table here at TCH Live on the 25-25-50. Big game here on a Tuesday night.
It's just insane to be able to get a full table of quarter 50 on a Tuesday night in Dallas, Texas. I mean, oftentimes it takes like a lot of coordination to get this kind of thing together, and it does still take coordination.
Cooper does an amazing job setting this game up.
But he's able to get the
week.
players every single week. I mean, this is a huge.
I'm pretty sure
program.
we have a list too.
Yeah. One day I'll be rolled for such a game.
And yes, again, I know you mentioned it, but I want to thank Poker Monkey 2 for that little super chat. He did say that TCH is unsurpassed. All the dealers, commentators, crew members, best.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We see, I actually just bailed him out super big time. I was dealing to him. I was
not
first
on
table.
purpose.
He had aces versus kings, right? He had the kings drawn slim, as we always know, and then the board ran out 3, 6, 4, 5, 7. So chop. Mr. Poker Monkey, one of our long-running chat pros.
Dustin puts on the $100 straddle.
How about it?
Let's turn it up some.
Let's go all the way up.
He said, I drove all here from work. Let's play big.
What did I miss, basically?
Bunch of rags.
Yep. Garbage day for the players. Now up to the blinds.
The dong's here to play.
Yep, there it is.
King 10 of diamonds, the royal flush draw. Over to JD, who looks interested with 2 aces. The pointy boys, he's going to 3-bet it to 1G. Over to Dustin with the ducks. So this is an interesting setup here. Blind versus blind versus blind. Straddle, technically. But he's going to fold the deuces. Dong doesn't want to get punked by JD. He's going to call, and we've got a pot developing. Aces versus King 10.
See a jack. And how about top pair? Now this could be blood in the water. Dong does have kicker problems. Can that help him get away from the birds?
Dong. Looks over at JD. JD feels okay.
Oh, my goodness. $700 is a third pot bet size.
And that's an honest tell from Dong. He shakes his head. This isn't like, because we can see it. He isn't like thrilled about King 10.
8 does not help his scenario. Brings in any front door flush draws. He's not blocking it either, so yikes.
Okay, so Dong with maybe some reverse tells is, he shakes his head in disgust on the flop and calls and then hits his card seemingly on the turn and bets. I think JD is going to see through this because it's just a little too obvious as Dong stares JD down.
Dong trying to chip shuffle $20,000.
Gosh. And JD just getting paid here.
Yep, he will make this call, and we're going to go heads up to a river card, which is going to be an 8. Pairs the board.
So Dong might. So Dong's got to continue telling his story if he wants to have any shot at winning this. And a flush, has to bet here, obviously. So he's going to keep betting. And JD with a gift, if he can find a call. Quick call. I've got a king. I've got aces. $13,000 pot, biggest pot of the night so far, I think.
All right. All right, let's go.
Unsurprisingly, it goes to the professor, Jay Diggles. JD, this is, kind of unofficially his game. He does some coordination himself to make sure the game happens. Aces, it's just such a gift to wake up with those in the big blind and then have your opponent flop top pair.
Apparently he ran a big bluff against Mr. Doug Polk Poker.
Oh, really?
He
did
just
he go down there?
Yeah, he got done just going visiting down south in Austin and played at one of the clubs down there. And
don't sleep on JD.
He pulled off like a massive bluff on their what is it, either 25-50 or 50-100 game they had going on. So that was cool to hear.
That's awesome.
Heard that on Instagram. Follow JD on Instagram. He has great poker content.
It seems
on there.
like old Doug Polk hasn't run very well down there so far.
We say that, and I just actually saw him have like a really huge winning section. As soon as you say that, yeah, it was like 2 days ago.
At least the vlogs that he's put out, it seems like he's just dusted off.
Yeah.
Not because he's bad at the game, but I think he's just been running poor.
Yeah, for sure. He's not trying to lose his money, that's for sure.
6 of spades for Dong, the only flush draw. 10 comes in.
Burp.
Rick with Jackson 10s.
But a 4-liner to Broadway as he bets it. Dong folds it. He's got 8 high.
Dong is, not worried about it whatsoever. This is the reason he bought in for $50K, so he could play some of these speculative hands. It's more fun that way if you're playing no limit.
I concur. Guys, we have a big tournament coming up here in Dallas this weekend. It's our WPT Steps Mystery Bounty Tournament. It's It's a $50,000 guarantee.
Ooh.
I know. And part of that is the mystery bounties. But I can tell you that the winner of this tournament will be guaranteed a seat at any WPT main event this season. So
That's awesome.
that's pretty sick. So you pay $600 to get in there. There's mystery bounties after registration closes. And then bingo bango, you might just walk away with the seat to the main event with travel cash too, $2,500 worth. So get yourself in there if you're in the area, and if you're not already, why don't you red-eye flight out here? It's going to be a sweet tournament.
That's awesome. I think we have dinner plans Saturday night. Otherwise, because you expect to run deep, and so you can't play the tournament if you don't think that you're going to be able to.
Of course.
Yeah.
Especially for the old 600 buy-in,
Y'all
slightly larger.
Y'all should watch the ad for that tournament, too. It's got a very familiar, sexy voice over the conduct of that whole ad. They get what they pay for the voiceover work.
Ragnar Overby likes to pick on me for the buzzer beater, the spring buzzer beater. Likes to pick on me for that one, and that's fair. That's fair. I chose to do it. I could have not done it. 7's here for JD. 1-7 was thrown in the muck there, so he's only drawing to 1 to make a set, but he's going to raise it up, and he's going to – oh, there's the last one. Dustin with 9-7 of diamonds will make the call. King Queen here for Jim in the third blind. Looks like he's going to come along for the ride. Rick's out of there. So we're going to go 3 ways to a flippity flopski. 7's in the lead. And there is an ace queen jack board. So how about middle pair?
Jim with 95% of it.
Wow.
JD, I don't think is going to spend any time, but I am wrong. And he bets 300. Dustin's probably going to find a way to get away from the 9 high with no redraws. Just taking his time, and Jim probably feels okay with a pair and a straight draw for 300.
Caleb Johnson with the sub. Thank you so much as he finds the bink on the turn. Makes
Bink
the nuts.
City. And this is a horrible card for JD.
Yeah, you can't love it. You can't. You lose to anything. Any paint, anything. You're beating 6-5 of clubs.
Yeah. Jack on the river.
Yeah,
pairs
but it
the
couldn't
board.
get any worse. Yeah, that's yikes. Jim here going to go for some thin value. It's medium thin, about half pot.
700. JD doesn't like to give up easily, but this is very hard to have a bluff. And Jim takes it down.
Yep. Jim V taking it down. Nice hand. We continue on tonight's events. If you want to know more information about the tournament, including specifics, details, all of that, if you are local, Mr. Eugene will be our tournament director. Will be here in the booth with me before the stream tomorrow. So you can check out before 6 o'clock tomorrow if you're one of the early birds. You want to know some more information about that tournament. Him and I will be doing a little quick FAQ. So tune in early for that info. It's going to be an awesome tournament. I can't wait to do coverage for that final table. His dog is here with a king jack, gonna raise it up to $300. JD ace jack, gonna try and take this one.
If this keeps happening, Dong, it's gonna get real irritated. Although it sounds like they've played a lot together.
Yeah, I think early on I think he's fine. I think he's ready to play a hand though. I think he's gonna get in there. Oh, is he going upstairs? Oh, you love it, love it. $4,800 or $3,800.
Here's a little metagame situation. JD in any other instance probably insta-folds the ace-jack here. But given that he's got a history, he very well could assume that Dong could be doing this with 6-8 suited again and wants to show him the 6 of diamonds. So JD might look him up in position with ace-jack suited, and he does. JD rarely makes bad decisions on this game. And he doesn't even get to see all the cards. Oh. Deuce, deuce, 4.
Garbage day again.
This could be a huge pot.
Just a lot of firing.
Dong's going to continue for 5,000. Excuse me. And JD just folds.
Oof. All right. JD folds the best hand. Shows the king jack, and that might shuffle JD's feathers there.
Let the games begin. Dong shows another bluff. And this is the annoying thing about playing with guys like this that always show you a bluff is because it makes you go crazy. Because the moment you decide to play back in a thin spot, they just have aces. They have the nuts. And this is how they make their money. And the people that can leverage that little back and forth are the ones that do really well at live poker. It's a lot harder to do that online, but in live, you can really make some money by making people lose their minds by showing bluffs.
Queen 10 for Zane here on the button. Only got to get through the blinds.
That cost him a lot of money, though. I mean, he had to 4-bet to 3,800 and then C-bet 5,000 on a deuce-deuce-4 flop. I mean, if JD calls now, what do you do on the turn? I mean, it's just like so high variance, I guess. Especially
Fire again
with JD. Yeah, with JD
12K.
calling. And they were, JD and Dong were about 23,000 effective there. It's just such a sick
so
spot.
much money.
Yeah.
So many dollars as we continue.
Good times. We're almost to 270 likes, just like that. Derek says it won't affect JD. He's a boss. 100%.
Impenetrable.
And he plays this high all the time.
JD going to raise the 10-9 of clubs and the +2 up to $250. Looking for any action. Does he get it? Up to Brian now. No. Jack-6, no good.
But, definitely JD is taking notes, though. He's not going to let him do that all night. Eventually, stacks are going to go in between JD and Dong, I think, and it's not going to be pretty. But JD is not going to be exploited all night long. Like, he is going to adjust, and Dong is probably going to readjust, and that's the fun part about watching players like that play, because eventually it turns into Queen 4 versus King Deuce for stacks. Rick with 10-9 off on the button, folded to him, raising to 300. And everybody folds. That's what sucks, is when you're short stacked and can't get any action. I mean, I guess he's happy to – obviously he's happy to steal with 10-9. $100 straddles out. Let's go.
Let's keep her moving.
This is a huge poker game.
Oma 15 wants to know, what do the people get? What do the chat pros get if we get 300 likes? No word on that yet. We're still trying to survive the first giveaway here. Once we do finish that one, we might have
the
some more
drawing
deeds.
finished?
I think. Oh shoot, it's in there. Hold on. Shoot, it's not in there. Shoot, I don't know. We'll find out. Let's get the deets from our exec producer. Believe it or not, we have a boss.
Despite how much autonomy they give us to say whatever we want.
All of our jargon.
Quite the risk. So JD is going to 3-bet everybody and take it down with King Jack, but he doesn't show. 7:45 p.m.
Nice. I didn't even need to text him. Our boss is watching. Great.
He's definitely watching.
$100
the eyes
in the sky.
Let's do a full round, folks. 25, 25, 50, 100. Man, that silence is deafening. This is circa January 21.
I gotta say, guys, thank you so much for being patient with us here. We have a technical malfunction as far as the table audio goes, but we appreciate you still sticking around for the action and maybe a little bit of commentator support here. So
that's right. You don't know what you got until it is gone, and it is definitely gone tonight. So we'll just be okay with bits of silence. We're not radio pros. Must be in the chat to win.
That's right.
3 minutes to claim. So Dustin picks up a straight draw. 4 of diamonds on the end. Jack 9 of Brian. And a missed flush draw is the best of it. Dustin might put something out there. That's a 5-piece. And Brian quickly gets out of the way. Rom winning 6,300, JD up 37, and Dong down a measly 6,200 from his $52,000 buy-in. So basically even. Pretty even spread here in terms of winners and losers.
Paul David Q here with a sub. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. We're so close to 45,000.
It looks like we're just under 120 subs away from that 45K mark. So if there's 120 of you here in the chat right now, you might want to sub, because if we get there, it's go time. Big giveaways.
That's right.
It's go time.
Brian, 4 or 5 of diamonds on the button. Dong's in there with the KQ. Dustin likes it with 10-9 off and a price, 4-way action. Jack 6 deuce.
2 hearts here. So looks like gutter here for Brian.
Dong with king queen high. We don't know what Jim has.
Yep, but he is the one betting, so he's probably. I'd like to assume he's in the lead here, and well, who cares? He takes it down.
I'm very curious about what he had. Maybe an ace queen type hand, 10s plus, 9s plus.
I'm gonna guess 9. No, 9's got too much showdown. I'm gonna go with 4s.
That's great.
4s. That's my guess. I'll ask him later.
You need to call in. That is a good idea. Sorry for interrupting you.
No, you're good. Robert Juricic. Thank you so much for the sub.
Thank you. Yeah, call in would be very funny.
Yeah.
Although a high risk, high reward situation. There's no telling what people would say.
Caller number 4.
We'd have to have like a immediate drop to prevent from the insanity that some of the call-ins would be. Maybe
a couple questions about past players on our stream. Where is
Where is he? Yeah.
Where is Bobby Fischer?
And we lost him.
You must be going through a tunnel. 9-8-8, 2 clubs here on the flop, and that's nothing for the player.
These hands are horrible.
This is awful. This
really whole hand is just horrible.
They're just both so excited to be playing on this stream.
Checks over to Jim. You know, both of these players in this situation might assume that this board hit the other, but Jim's going to bluff at it. Zane's going to immediately fold. It looks like he might be going back into the bank of Zane.
Bricks.
Pull out some bricks, bro.
Oh, Frisbees.
Frisbees.
Jake Burrows with a sub as well. Guys, we have a sub train going, too. We had a little bit of a super chat train. Now let's get that sub train going.
Absolutely. As we approach 300 likes in a measly 22 minutes. Up from the 200.
Not bad. Chat. Yeah. An open here for Mr. Rebuy, Jack 9 of spades.
Let's play a big one.
How about it?
I'm very much in favor of playing a big one here in the next few hands. Jim's got King Jack. He's going to defend.
Let's see, 3 players to a flop here. Could be anything. Could even be a boat. How about King, Queen, Tray of diamonds? The nut
this
diamonds.
Is saucy.
Yeah, we got a little something brewing here. Top pair for Jim, nut diamonds for Rom, and Rebuy with a dream, drawing you a 10. Rom's gonna go ahead and bet $250 here. Pot builder.
Yeah, you wanna win a big one if you hit your card. So this achieves a few things by semi-bluffing.
Jim here might be trying to press his advantage. Looks like he might raise it a little bit.
This is interesting if he check raises, because this is kind of marginal with King Jack. It's like, it's great to have top pair. Just trying to maybe find out where he's at. I don't know. Raising to 750. Rom's not going anywhere with the nut draw. He wants to win a huge one.
You can stack somebody with this hand.
16K effective between Rom and Jim. Rom thinking about, maybe I could put a 3-bet in here or just call, realize all my equity. He does just call.
So let's go to a turn card. Could be a big one. Jack of diamonds. Maybe?
And a diamond right there on the turn. The nuts with the redraw to the steel wheel.
Wow.
Jim knows that maybe this isn't the best card for him, but he's got a story to tell.
The hand he was targeting just got there, so
right.
Yikes.
Right.
So he's just going to go ahead and check, probably check call maybe one street.
This feels awesome if you're Rom.
Wow.
He's going to check it back.
7 on the river does not improve either holding. Rom with the best of it.
Stone nuts.
The old Nuttarinos.
He's got position on a guy that check raised flop, and now, unfortunately, he's he might make a little bit here if he could either choose to bet huge and try to polarize, or bet tiny and get paid by top pair hands like Jim has.
I'm going to go ahead and not get a 1-round penalty in checking the salted nuts, and he's going to bet $3,000.
$3,000. So this is interesting for Jim because you have top pair, and he knows that this is either like the nuts or nothing.
Jim could be tilted here that Rahm stole his tower structure.
And he calls.
Oh.
Wow, what a perfectly executed bet by Rahm, checking the nuts on the turn, over betting river, and getting paid for $8,000. Nice. I mean, Rahm, he's no fluke. This man has got freaking game.
How to get paid with the nuts, a clinic by Rahm. And yeah, I guess I say that Rahm stole his chip stack tower, but I think Rahm was actually the OG tower aficionado.
100%.
Now that I remember correctly.
So that was an interesting hand. Props to Jim V for trying to make the max with his top pair on the flop, and it was actually, in terms of results, a good spot to do it. But then,
Of course he got there.
He got there.
Got there.
The ace queen, heater check. He's going to make it 125.
The action's back to Dustin. He's got a suited queen 8. He likes to play a hand. Let's see if he plays this one.
He likes to have position. He likes to have all the options in front of him.
It's always nice being in position. Now Rick's going to call with the 4-3 of diamonds. Let's go to a flop. It's going to come deuce 6-4. How about a pair of fours?
Pair and a straight draw for Rick.
Absolutely.
Both other players have overcards. Checks over to Dustin. 2 overs and backdoor clubs. 300. Rick, I don't think you can go anywhere with the 3-4 yet.
If you're playing 4-3 and you connect with your fours on a 6-high board, you can't.
It's cheap enough to maybe float heads up for Rahm, but 3 ways he just decides to not mess with it.
Like the fold. Let's go to a
4 pure, and a club comes in on the turn too, so this makes it interesting.
Boink.
Rick's got trips and Dustin's got a flush draw and 2 overcards. He thinks that could be live. So this is so annoying if you're Dustin. Rick leading the 4 of clubs turn.
Let's see a 3 of clubs one time, please.
Bet
3 of clubs, please.
We're not wishing any
3
pain
of
on
clubs.
Dustin. Ace of diamonds on the end.
That's not it.
And so now, unless Dustin gets the opportunity to bluff at it, he's not going to put any more money in this pot. This is an interesting line taken by Rick. Dustin is definitely suspicious when it goes check, bet, call, lead, turn, and now bet an ace river. It's just like, what do you have? 2,100. Dustin, unfortunately, Rick's only got 3K behind, and so Dustin has no opportunity, even if he wanted to try to raise him off of this. Rick's just never folding for 3K more, and Dustin just gets out of the way. It's like it has to be a value bet from Rick. Nice hand. He needed that one.
Sure did, and he takes some chips to his stack, and we continue on.
Might be close to 10,000 now. I mean, that was a pretty nice pot. Maybe not. For he's 7, he's got like 7,000 or so. Losing a bit, bought in for 10.
Look at that. Look at that.
1 stack of high society for the man.
In the black.
Ace 8 of clubs for Rahm.
Oh, he's gonna try and make another flush here of the nut variety. Gonna go up to 150. Action folds back all the way, it looks like, to Zane here. He's got speed limit. Well, I should say
55.
It's hardly the speed limit anywhere anymore.
Especially not in this town.
No, negative. 6 is here for Jim's got him pipped, and Rebuy going to call. We got some odds here in the 3rd blind. Let's go to flop here 4 ways. It's going to come king 10-10.
King 10-10. 6 is technically ahead.
Technically. 9 here on the turn. Gives the jack here a gutter.
Double gutter.
Oh, yes. I didn't even notice that. He's actually open-ended, right?
It's a weird one.
Oh, no, he's open-ended.
Open-ended, whatever. Yeah,
technically open-ended.
Full houses for Jim and
Zane.
Zane.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, sure. Whatever. Take it to showdown. Sixes are good. Yeah.
625 headed over to Jim V. I'm very curious to see the results of this raffle. I've never won
Glued
one.
to your screen.
Never won one, nor have I ever had this many tickets. So here's to hoping I win.
It's like buying 10,000 lottery tickets, you know?
That's
just
right.
less than a
you're basically paying
thousandths of
for
a percent.
You're paying for a daydream, basically.
I wonder how many lottery tickets on average it would take to have 1%.
Yeah, the math is just
I really wonder
favor.
what it would be to have a 1% chance off like the last 100 Texas lotteries there have been.
Dustin with the deuce 5 of spades in the hijack. Zane, ace deuce suited in the cutoff.
That's a good Lauden's question, actually. Lauden thinks question.
Who?
You ever heard that game, the Antonio Esfandiari game? Lauden thinks. It's like his prop game he plays on high stakes poker and stuff.
Oh. How do you play?
I will absolutely explain it in a moment.
3-betting to 1,500 from rebuy with the ace queen off. Rick with ace jack. Dustin, it's like, well, I've got deuce 5. I'm interested to see if he actually does anything with this other than fold. Oh. So he likes it. He's going to call 1,200 more with the deuce 5. This man's good for the game, good for the stream.
Deuce 5 is gone, though, as the 3-bet is definitely on. Whoa, wait a minute. Got to catch up with the extract in there. Dustin is in there with a mystery hand. King, 7, 3, 2 clubs. So ace queen high looks to be ahead here.
Zane was in
we
there
know
with
that Dustin has 5 deuce.
Zane was in there with ace deuce of clubs and got out of the way. 1,100 from rebuy. Dustin might float here. He doesn't feel like this board connects with rebuy often enough, and he hates to just call 1,500 pre and fold to 1 bet. He wants to leverage his position. He's going to raise it right away, 3,100. This is why it's hard to play against this guy. And rebuy.
That's sick.
That is sick. And
That
it's
is
kinda,
sick.
Please
Show it. Please show
like
it.
boss.
Please, Dustin. Yes!
Yes.
Yes! That's it, dude.
He said, how about them apples?
Oh, my God. Let's go. This is the game. When you're playing this kind of action on the 25, 25, 50, oh, my God.
It's pure poker right there. I mean, that was outplaying rebuy, and he hates to be showed that.
That's amazing.
And like I said, when Dustin sat down, this is the type of game he wants to play. He wants to get players to lay down, facing just even a little bit of aggression.
You saw fist bumps there from Mr. Dong and JD to Dustin there. Love it. A little camaraderie.
You know, he sensed some kind of weakness and tested it, and it was correct.
Beautiful.
What a boss move to show it.
NFY doesn't believe you that you don't know what Lauden thinks is.
No, I truly don't know what that is.
Wow.
It's a prop game?
Yeah, it's just.
I mean, I know what props are, but
no, it's like it's a information based, well, kind of information based prop game. So, all right, hands over. I'll tell you. So, basically, 2 players are going to be playing this game, and there's going to be a third person involved. The third person is going to be the one that sets, basically like a 20 questions kind of style. Like they pick a thing, right? So it'll be a question, like my question. How many lottery tickets would it take to buy to have 1% chance at winning the lottery, right? And you pick that third person. That person picks an answer what they think it is, and then the 2 anybody at the table can play this game at like basically a bidding process, and they keep going up and up and up. Everyone takes a chance going up, and then as soon as somebody thinks, okay, it's less than that number, that's when it stops, and then you ask the guy. What,
I've heard. Okay, I didn't know that's what the title of it was. I've heard them playing that before.
Yeah.
Where it's like, so they're betting on what the other player sets the line at.
It's not what the actual answer is. It's
right.
what they think it is.
Yeah.
So
that's fun.
There we go. That's
Why is it called
Lauden
Thinks?
I don't freaking know. I missed the explanation on that. I just know what the game is.
Okay, cool.
9's in the lead here. On a 4 on the turn here, continues the lead. 2 overs for Rick are live. And 3 of hearts on the river. So 9's good.
$500 from Rom. Easy fold from Rick, and Rom's going to take down another one, continuing his terror of the game. 20,000 in his stack, 10 of that being profit. Nothing like winning $10,000 in an hour and a half.
CM here with the sub. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, thank you. We've surpassed 300 likes. Thank you to everybody that's engaged with us tonight. We are going to be here until 10 p.m. Central Time. It's Ben and Ben.
Yep, that's right.
Pocket Bens.
In the booth.
Pocket Biggities. I don't know.
I like that. I do. I like that. I like that. That'll stick. Saying here, ace nine of clubs. He's raised this hand before tonight. He's going to make it 250 to go.
Last call for raffle tickets. Over 1,500 tickets out.
Wow.
I hope I win. Okay, 3 ways between 3 players that like to get after it.
Queen, queen, 9, 2 spades.
Queen, queen, 9. Open-ended for Dong. He's going to lead Zane with 2 pair. Technically, Dustin has 2 pair as well.
Dustin had a nice time. He's out of there. Had fun, gentlemen. I'm going to fold now. Zane here with the best hand at Showdown. Will go ahead and make the call. It's pretty close to a flip. The overs are live. So are the straight draw outs. And that is blank city. Deuce of diamonds on the turn is going to be a check from Dong. Zane here with the 2 pair.
I think this checks back pretty often. Zane happy to try to get to a cheap showdown given that Dong led flop. But what do I know? And Zane bets 1,000. You puke if you get raised here, but Dong just gets out of the way. Dong was trying to take it down with 1 stab at it, and Zane takes it down. Interesting spots. I think Dong probably gives Zane a good bit of credit. Zane hasn't shown any bluffs tonight, hasn't really seemed to be involved with a ton of pots. And he puts the $100 straddle on. 7-6 suited for Jim. Open folds. That's no fun. Put a Brian on the button.
Too many 3 bets on this table.
Queen Jack.
For that 7-6 suited and under the gun position. Here is a 3 bet right there. He knew that was going to happen. Mr. Dong with a king 10 of diamonds. Lady's best friend. Going to make it 875 to go. Brian, Queen Jack off. Going to make that call in position. Let's go to a flop. Comes 9 high. That's yikes. King high, the best hand right now.
Aggression is the name of the game here. He's betting 1,025. Brian, you know, you could float. He's only got 10,000 behind. You know, do you call a 10th of your stack off with Queen Jack high hoping for another card? Not me. Alice says the sky looks freaky outside. It must be a storm.
Yeah, there was tornado watch for about an hour.
Oh, well, glad I knew nothing of that. We would have just been taken away.
I think that's best.
Yeah, I'd rather not maybe know about the tornadoes.
I mean, you don't want to, like, you know, die thinking you're going to die, right?
Right. Right.
I'd much rather just die on a whim.
Looks like it.
Whoops. And rebuy with pocket aces. Not looking to rebuy on this hand. Just wants to get this one done right now. Make it 325 to go on a straddle pot.
Looks like a lot of it's past us. Headed over to Tyler.
Yeah, it was only supposed to be a small, like a wall storm or whatever, you know.
Yeah.
Just like a half hour, 45 minutes. Oh, aces makes top set here against Jim's mystery hand. That's a pretty nice hand to have here.
Yeah.
Second nuts.
Unless Jim's got the wheel.
He will bet it, though. I really hope Jim has the wheel. That would be so sick for the stream. Makes the call here. He has something to play along with. Let's see a turn card. Comes a 3 pairs the board. No sweat. Rebuy. Ace is full of 3s.
Kimmy Stone won.
Miss Kimmy Stone.
The free TCH Live hat. Unfortunately, it was not me that won.
Rigged.
It is very rigged. Nice. Well deserved.
$500 is the bet. Jim here has enough to call. I wonder if he's got the case ace right now. 8 of diamonds
Or
on
a
the
flush
river.
draw.
Oh, no. If he has it, oh, that's going to be sick. I wonder if we're going to see poundage on this river.
And Jim V added 20,000 in his stack. He's got almost 30 behind.
He checks it over to rebuy.
This feels like a great spot to be in for rebuy.
Effectively the nuts for rebuy.
Make
here.
your hand, bet your hand. You got to make it big if you want to get paid, and he does. It looks like 3,000 something.
Over pot.
3,400. He wants big flushes to call, other full houses to call.
Oh, man.
Oh, and so Jim
Hold
is
on,
palming
wait
a
a minute.
bunch of chips.
Hold on a minute.
He's done this several times tonight and then folded, but he hasn't immediately folded.
What do you think? Queen Jack of diamonds here? Queen Jack, Queen 10 of diamonds? That's my guess.
I wonder if he's got pocket fours or something. Although he never raised up to this point. He's going to check his hand again. Get the reader on it. So the more time he takes, the longer, or the more it seems a little suspicious that he may actually have a big hand. Although with him grimacing like that, maybe he's just thinking about a call or a fold. He's made some big calls tonight that were incorrect.
I feel like he would pretty close to snap call with a king high of diamonds.
Yeah. Yeah. But he's
At least a small think and then a call, but this seems more like a middling flush or maybe the case ace.
But he keeps pulling out these $1,000 chips like he wants to do something with them. Like this stresses me out if I'm
really stressed
rebuy
right
with
now.
him, like counting them out and then taking one off and just shuffling it.
Or, hear me out, pocket threes.
Pocket threes would
Hold
be
on a minute.
pocket threes would be pretty good.
That'd be pretty good. No,
He's done
wait a
this several
minute.
times.
Oh my god.
I think he's got a real hand here. Those look like. This is stressing me out so much. He continues to take off more chips, juking like he's going to raise. Then he puts them back, and then he takes them off.
He makes the call. 10K
Ace,
pot here. How
ace.
about ace is full? Are we going to get to see his hand? The
Ace,
case
case
ace.
ace.
That's
You were
what
right,
it was.
ace queen.
All right.
Nice $9,000 pot for rebuy. Wow.
God, that's so criminal to have the last
I
ace
know.
come out on
It's
the
like,
flop.
well, I've got
That's
two of
so
these aces.
sick.
That's brutal for Jim V. Second best really starts to cost a lot in no limit hold'em. You don't blame him for calling. It's the board is so low. It's like nice hand to rebuy.
Wow,
no
that
need
was
to rebuy.
a really nice hand there for Rick. And welcome to the game. One of the newer faces here on the
Golly.
Tuesday game. Making it look easy.
Always when you have a bet out there and opponents continue to like cut out chips like they're going to raise and they put them back, always stresses me out. And I have zero money invested in this, but Rom with 8-7 suited on to the next one, raising to 250. Dustin with 2 6s in the small blind, just calls. It's hard to fold a pair pre-flop. Jim with 7-5 suited, thinks better of it. Rick's in there with the Doyle suited.
Ace 5-4.
2 spades. So
about
Rom
it?
and Rick with flush draws. Rom with a straight flush draw.
Can we say
Dude, if a
six
6 of spades comes,
can we just say that quick?
Dustin will have a set.
I'm
Rick
out.
will have a
I'm
10-eye
walking out.
flush, and Rom would have a straight flush.
I'm walking out, dude. I've said this a couple times.
Please, one time, just for the people at home.
I am out of the building. I will walk into the tornado that's outside right now.
6 of spades one time. 6 of spades? 6 of spades, bro? $2,000 in the pot. Rom drills an 8-high straight flush. Rick binks a 10-high flush. And Dustin turns a set of 6s. And Rom and Dustin have 19K effective between them. What is happening, San Diego? Oh. Ben literally just left the booth. And so 600 and a call from Rom. Rick now with a 10 high flush, thinking he just hit gin against two players. And he's only got 5,800 behind, and he just calls smartly. Wow. River card coming. Ace.
Are you kidding me?
Sixes full for Dustin and
No
a straight
way!
flush for Rom.
Jesus.
And, I mean, how does Rom not make an additional $19,000 on this hand? And it goes check, check. You know, this might have saved Rick his additional $5,000 given that the board paired and the fourth spade comes. What a once-in-a-lifetime card for Rom. 3 ways. Dustin hitting a 2-outer on the turn to give Rom his 1-outer.
You have got to be kidding me. He's going to bet over
pot.
Over pot. Just over a pot. About $200 over. Oh, my goodness.
And now Dustin thinking, like, how do I get the max here? There's no way I'm beat. Nobody's in here with ace-4, right? Like, 6 is full is good here, right? Oh, my gosh, dude.
These other players at the table have no idea what's about to happen.
Dustin staring Rom down, trying to get a read because, you know, this definitely sucks if you're, you know, raising into a better full house. But there's just zero chance that Dustin thinks anyone has a straight flush, which is Captain Obvious. So he's got 10K in his hand right now. It looks like he wants to put it in there. Rom having overbet the pot with just the absolute eternal nuts. And Dustin puts in a stack of high society.
Can you just imagine getting just pumped?
Oh, and Rom is like, is my life really this good? Raises to 10,000 now. Rom,
Only one move
6K call, insta shove.
That's it, instant.
And Dustin says the F word, I think. You know, we couldn't hear it, but it looks like that's what he said. And unfortunately, the only hands that insta shove here are aces full of 6s, quad aces, and a straight flush, I think. Maybe ace-5 and ace-4 do this, but you got to feel super confident. And Rom didn't even take any time. Like, he didn't Hollywood at all. He just, like, immediately shoved. What a disgusting run out for Dustin. And this pot's up to 33,300. And if Dustin calls, it's going to be an over 40K pot. 50K pot.
What is Dustin going to do here? Can he find the fold button?
If he finds a fold, this is...
He gets the full count.
Oh, my gosh. I mean, how do you not puke? How do you not puke call?
Oh my
and he calls.
He makes the call. It's a $42,000 pot with a straight flush on the turn, no sweat.
Everybody knows how brutal
sick.
that turn card and river card are for Dustin. Somebody run the numbers. The odds of this happening are so small. You feel for Dustin because, like, what does he have? He's got it. I mean, this sucks so bad for Dustin and is amazing for Rom, adding $22,000 in profit to his stack. And everybody's like, well, that's a bit of run good.
What an unbelievable hand we just witnessed.
That's one of the worst beats I've seen on this stream.
Oh, my God, dude.
Doing this for 18 months
or
so.
Of course, we've seen crazy, like, runouts and stuff as far as, like, someone getting a really nice hand but not really, like, getting paid or stacking somebody with it.
Oh, my
gosh. Oh, my God, to make it on the turn, giving your opponent the seemingly two of the best possible run-out cards that you can make to improve your hand, and then just getting paid through them? Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, this is some, like, 2003 Poker Stars stuff.
That's unbelievable.
Like, oh, my God.
We need likes, guys. Let's throw the likes.
I'm just catching up on the chat,
now.
and everybody is equally as speechless.
Yeah, that was unbelievable. You guys just witnessed a $42.7 thousand pot here on a Tuesday evening in Dallas, Texas. Good Lord. Straight flush over 6s full of aces.
Oh.
Massive pot, and we're on to the next one.
I mean, I have tilt by proximity for Dustin because in that, like, pit in your stomach when, like, you know, this money might not mean anything to him, but when you get a beat that bad, it's it is so deflating. Like, I don't know how you continue playing by having such – I mean, Dustin is about to go on monkey tilt, I think, unless he can calm down. Yeah, he's going to get up and maybe take a lap.
Of course. I would not mind.
I'm usually getting up after a beat like that.
Yeah.
Although
just
I
take
can't
a
say
walk.
I've had a beat that bad in my entire career.
Val
really.
A in the chat makes a great point. You could play your whole life and never see something close to that.
Yeah.
Like, and that's so true.
Oh, throwing up currently, yes. Oh, my gosh. I wish we had table audio, too. I mean, of course, it's the night that we don't have table audio.
Oh, man.
I mean, it's very close to a bad beat jackpot type hand. Oh, my God. Sixes. And we truly did not know what was coming. Oh, my gosh. I mean, that hand puts even the most emotionally stable people on mega tilt because you expect to win there so often. Now, when you've put 10,000 in and your player immediately shoves for 19,000 more, you kind of have a thought that, like, oh, maybe I am pwned. But, you also don't blame him for calling there. It's
so hard to get away from it.
How do you just fold a boat there? I don't know, after you've invested so much.
Was it like third nut boat, too?
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
Oh, no, all the ace 8, ace 6 beat you. Okay, yeah, but as far as pocket pairs go.
Yeah. Yeah, you lose to ace 6, ace 5, ace 4, and pocket aces and ace 8, 7 suited.
Yeah, yep.
Or maybe what was the bottom straight flush? I guess whatever the bottom straight flush was. 4, 5, 6. So deuce 3 of spades, I guess, beats you too. Garza 512 says, I'm driving home in Seattle traffic right now, and I had to pull over to watch the end of that hand. That was crazy. Yeah, dude, that was insane. HN says 0.02% odds. 0.02%. If that's true, that is tiny.
That's pretty tiny.
Yeah, because like what if your player is spazzing out with the king of spades or something? Like, I don't know. Maybe that's a slam dunk fold, but it feels like. I mean, we get to see all the cards and the results, and
of course.
It's hard being in the position like. These guys have probably played a good amount together too, and there's no telling what's happened in the past that influenced Dustin's action. But, I mean, he's got a boat there, and, he turns a miracle card and rivers a boat. It's just pretty hard to fold that.
Wow.
Deuce 3 of spades,
I'm still shook. As we are on the next one, 9-7 of hearts here for JD.
3-7 of spades. You're right, 3-7 of spades.
Yeah, that's true, too. 250 to go from J Diggs with the 9-7. It looks like he's just going to get her done. They're still cooling down. Most of these players are dying here. Gonna make the call though. Loves to see a flop, so here we will do that. Heads up with the 5-3. Any 5-3 flops. A little bit of a straight draw here. A little gutter ball.
JD with a pair and a heart draw as well. Let's play another big one.
Okay.
How about a 6 of hearts one time?
All right, your turn.
Queen of spades on the turn.
Poker Ski, one of our tournament regulars and chat pros, actually said he would never. He doesn't want me commentating on whenever he commentates or plays another final table.
6
here. Oh my
straight.
God, of course
wow.
he makes it. Whatever. because
Dong
I just can't
rivers
do
the
it.
straight.
Oh man, he can't play a tournament here because I always call out cards like that. Yeah.
I've seen Poker Ski do really well in the tournaments here.
He's
right?
insane. Oh yeah.
Several Saturday.
Multiples.
That's insane.
Yeah, that's.
It's very hard to win a tournament.
Yeah.
Or even final table tournament. He's done multiple
I think he's
Saturday.
top 3 or better all of the appearances too.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
How do you crack the code on tournaments like that? That is impossible to do. Volume. Doug R with a $9 super chat. Y'all called that one in. Puke emoji. Yeah, I mean, look, that was pretty entertaining, if I do say so myself. Clip that.
Clip it.
And we are going to repurpose the ish out of that for the next month or so. Oh, sweet mercy.
6 is going crazy in the stream. You ain't wrong, Andreas Weber. You ain't wrong.
2 9s for Rom, and his tear continues. 42,500 in the stack. Raising it to 500 because the double straddle was on from Dustin. This might be a little tilt city. Back over to JD. And Dustin with the 8 deuce. This looks like it's a little, you don't blame him for steaming a bit with the 8 deuce, trying to catch back up. Ace, Jack, 4.
For the stream. I mean, hey, a little aggression here is just going to take it down if he can find that, but if he can find it in his heart, or if he just wants to give up here.
Half pot from Rom. This is what sucks when you're tilting, is that it feels like your opponents continue to just run pure against you. Even
Min-click.
Min-click. So this is... Okay.
Nice.
All right. Well,
nice,
that worked
Dustin.
out.
There we go.
So Dustin's got game. Like, maybe he's back. Like, he just found a way to win it with the 8 deuce. Sweet mercy.
There's Pez. I found one. Says, Ben Mine, you are the epitome of sick card callouts. Yeah. Hey, Johnny High Roller in chat, too. He was our $1 million guarantee winner.
Yeah. Sicko run. And he made the final table of one of the 50K guarantees, I think.
Yes, he did. I think the first one we did.
Tournament grinders are sickos to me. But then they post all these results like, yeah, I just made another 15 grand on a $300 tournament. Like, teach me how to do that, bro.
I mean, the biggest part of that game is, getting some results with your own money and then finally finding the point where you can sell markup. That's just, I mean, that's just the real game. Sell yourself, right?
Yeah, for money. How else would you sell yourself, I guess?
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Not this stream. Maybe,
a lot of people are saying you call out one-outers all the time.
Yeah, I mean, I'm probably not doing myself enough dirty, because I definitely do.
Johnny High Roller says he hates tournaments, yet he won $330,000 last year.
I think he tried to propose the chop when the final table started, and I think he was fine with the chop at like top 4. Multiple points he tried, bringing it up. I think the table never had anything about it. But it played till like
7 in the morning.
Oh, dude, that was a long stream. That was right when I was getting started here at TCH Live too, and I ran that one. I ran the table on that one.
Andreas Weber with a €4.99.
That's right.
Super chat. Thank you so much for the generous donation.
Well, thank you so much for the support. And guys, for those that don't know, we do say every once in a while that anything that goes to that the super chats, all that goes to us production crew here at TCH Live. That's here in Dallas and Austin. We all split it up. So anything you do, go ahead and throw our way. It goes directly to the production staff. Appreciate y'all so very, very much. As we continue on, Ben Postle, get out of here. Get out of here, bro. Dude, I don't want to hear that's not cool, bro. I don't like it.
And these chip stacks have definitely escalated. Rom with 41,000 to Dong's 47,000, and several players have added on closer to the $30,000 mark.
God, I want the pink birds, dude. Or not the pink birds, the yellow birds.
Yellow birds, the Pikachus. 25, 25, 50, 100, no limit hold'em, $200 in the pot before cards are dealt. This is a huge poker game, and we are going to be at this for the next 2 hours on TCH Live. This is Texas Card House, Dallas, off Harry Hines Boulevard. Fly into DFW, get an Uber 10 minutes away, and you're at the tables. 26 tables to be exact.
Or if you prefer Southwest Airlines, we do have.
That's right.
We are
Love
also
Field.
10 minutes away from Love Field.
Absolutely. This is the premier place to play in not only Texas, but I would say the Southwest.
Hand 75 in less than 2 hours.
That's awesome. Sal with the
dude,
chops.
Dude, relax. Nice dealing, Sal. Came here to sling him. Nothing up to the blinds here. Dustin 7-6 of hearts in the small blind. Going to take advantage of the scenario. Going to make it 400 to go. Big sizing here with the $100 straddle on. Jim here 8-5 of hearts. Going to let her go. And Rick's out. So a little bit of aggression there in the small blind. Takes it down. JTN wants to know where we are knocking the wall out and expanding to our next door spot. So that's for those that don't know, we do have an open property right next door to TCH Live here that's connected part of our location. That is available for lease, and we were holding off while we were making sure Dallas Poker is going to stay legal. And now that it is, there's obviously a point for discussion there on expanding. But of course, there's always more factors, and I know there are some more factors going into it. So we don't have an official answer for you yet, but it definitely is, being discussed among our owners and managers. Good question. Matt Farmer, right there as I'm talking about it. Have you guys got the issues with the city solve? We absolutely did. We went to the Dallas Board of Adjustments hearing, bringing our case to attention. And we had an amazing show of support from both players, staff alike, and our lawyers right on it. We backed them up, and, I think the city kind of just agreed with us on all of our points, and we got the revocation reversed. So we were able to keep our certificate of occupancy. We were allowed to remain in business. Dallas Poker remains a go, as it looks like Dustin here, the best of it. 10s and 6s with an ace kicker is the best hand. Make your pocket 8s, just a bluff catcher here. $500 to go, says Dustin. Dustin takes it down with the best hand. And we're on to the next. Actually, it looks like we're going to swap out dealers real quick. So Ben and I are going to keep you entertained here. You know what? Let's run a little promo for the WPT Steps that's coming up this Saturday as we pan the room here real quick. We'll see you in just a sec.
Win here, and you're in control of your ultimate WPT experience. Starting this April, the WPT Steps return with single-day tournaments in TCH Houston, Austin, Rio Grande Valley, and for the first time ever, Dallas.
Hi, this is Bill Cottam with WPT Steps, inviting you to come earn your world-class WPT experience starting this month at Texas Card House. You earn your seat, travel, meet and greets, and world-class experiences that money can't buy.
Win the WPT main event prize, and your $3,500 buy-in is covered, plus you get $2,500 in travel cash. You choose which WPT main event location, like Durant, Oklahoma, Hollywood, Florida, Las Vegas, or Australia. Win the WPT Prime Prize. Your $1,100 buy-in is covered and you get $1,900 in travel cash. Then it's up to you to choose which WPT Prime event location, like Thunder Valley, California, Thailand, Taiwan, or Vietnam. 4 different tournaments in 4 different cities, 4 chances to win. April 16th, Dallas and Houston. April 23rd, Rio Grande Valley. April 24th, Austin, Texas. For more details, visit texascardhouse.com and wptsteps.com.
All right, we're back in.
We're back.
We're back at it. Don't you go nowhere. Plenty of high-stakes poker here coming to you live from TCH Live Poker on YouTube.
Man, that voiceover was inspiring, if I do say so myself. Golly.
Man, it's really hard to find good help, I got to tell you.
Oh, man.
We got a new dealer in the box. His name is David Boyd. You might have seen him before. He's helped our live streams before. Welcome, David, to the box.
Consummate pro. This man seems to have been at it for a long time.
And let's go to the PLO flip, which is going to come ace-jack-7. So it looks like a set of aces would be the nuts at the moment.
2,300 in the middle. 5 cards dealt out. Uncapped ranges, as the kids say.
And a 9 does come on the river. So it looks like 10-8 would be the nuts. Do I see one? I see ace-4. 2 pair. Wow. Ace-4 taking it down here in the hands of Dong.
Dong.
Did
he need it?
Bro.
2 pair in PLO is oft not good enough.
Especially 9 ways to showdown.
Yeah. Feels like Ace-4 should never win there. But
That is murder for sure.
Are they saying somebody has aces and nines?
Oh, that would be the best hand. Wait a minute. What's going on here?
Dustin, it looks like the cards didn't read.
Yes. There we go. Well, still 2 pair. Still kind of the same story, but
plus
a little better.
2K to Dustin. He needed it. A little consolation prize after just getting absolutely owned by the deck, I would say. You know, the hand kind of played itself after, but the deck definitely delivered some pain.
Pollock says, they switched the game. We certainly did not. Still 25, 25, 50. No limit hold'em here on TCH Live. We just, during the dealer changes, we do a quick little PLO flip just to incentivize some action.
Yeah. Add a little gamble. Keep people on their toes. Keep it from being grind city. There's a whole host of benefits from doing a flip.
Oof, they're talking about golf ball size hail by us.
Oh, sweet mercy.
That is oof. And it's going to be an open here from JD as we start the second half of our stream. The ace 10 of clubs going to make it 250 to go. Call from Zane on the button with the old king queen. But how about a couple ladies in the hole?
Rick with the ladies.
Oh, he's a ladies man. He's going to make it $1,200 all day. And now Zane. Oh wait, there we go. We missed JD. JD with the ace 10. Does he want to continue? He is in the middle.
Ace 10 suited 3 ways. It's. Imagine this is a little player dependent, you know. Ace 10 suited, dominated by a lot of hands that 3-bet in this position, but only 975 to call. Zane knows he's third best and gets out of the way.
All right, so we're going to go to a flop then. Ace 10 high, currently trailing to the queens, and it will.
Top for JD versus the overpair.
And
of
backdoor
Rick.
nuts for JD too.
Backdoor clubs could come in for sure. And JD is prone to hit perfect.
Yes, I'm not counting him out just yet, but Rick definitely well ahead right now, and he's going to looks like a bet about 800. Is that what it is? 900. JD, it's in that top. Backdoor clubs, as we're talking about.
Thinking about whether to call or to raise. So Rick bets 900. JD thinking that through, like, you know, ace king, ace queen suited, ace jack suited are all c-betting here, and ace 10 is crushing them now. So JD running through the options. Looks like he's going to put a raise out to find out where he's at. I don't know if that's exactly what he's trying to achieve, but he is going to find out where he's at, I think. And Rick with 7,500 behind has to pick his moves here carefully.
See if the ends justify the means, I suppose.
So if he makes it like, I mean, maybe he just calls, but he hates to see a king or an ace peel. Like, I honestly have no clue what to do here now that I think about it. With 2 queens, you're not folding.
I mean, the one hand that like screams out to me is like tens, right? But but why would tens be raising
smooth
here?
Call, yeah.
So like it sounds like jacks maybe. Like jacks is your best case scenario. King on.
See, this
turn.
is what I'm
now,
saying.
Now we're in danger zone.
It sucks now that you don't get to see all 5 cards by ripping it on the flop over JD's raise. But I don't know, like if you 3-bet JD and he just calls with a set of 5s, you just own city. I truly don't know what's correct. I think maybe calling is the best. Maybe 3-betting is overplaying queens, but JD is going to check back. Trying to realize all of his equity. And a 10 on the river. JD with a pure gift in Jay Diggle's fashion. Rick now with 2 pair and JD checking the king back on the turn. He might try to get some, I don't know, semi-thin value from an 8 or jacks and 9s and 7s. But JD with, golly, the trips with an ace kicker. And he's going to check it over to JD. JD doing his thing. I mean, this man runs better on average.
That's why I wasn't really shocked, you know. This has just happened time and time again.
JTN says, and this surprises us how?
That's-
Skullbone says,
It
JD
doesn't
a
shock
set?
me.
Shocker.
Weird.
And JD's going to put Rick all in,
Oh my
trying to
goodness.
polarize. And this might get a call. I mean, it feels really crappy to fold queens here. And he calls immediately.
Oh, my goodness. He's going to hate to see it. Vomit City, 10 on the river is good. Seals the deal for JD to make a $10,000 profit in a huge pot, $20,000.
$20,000 pot. And Rick, taking it in stride. It's like, okay, if you're going to river the 2 out, or so be it. It's like, I guess an ace beats him too. But JD, look at these winnings now. Only 2 players winning.
Wow.
And JD, of course, getting the absolute maximum for his set of tens or trip tens.
I just can't be shocked anymore.
Absolutely not. Yeah, this is why. Yeah, bet fold. You bet small maybe and fold. I don't know. I just truly, I would have probably gone broke too. I mean, I just don't know.
Swiftums Gamesum, thank you for the sub. Appreciate you very much. What value are orange chips? I believe referring to the chips that aren't quite yet on the table. That would be $5K in value. Welcome, everybody. There's about just under 800 of you joining us tonight for high-stakes action in Dallas. Ben and Ben in the booth.
What up, what up?
Doing what we do.
Thank you to everybody joining us tonight.
If you're just joining us now, you've missed some pretty sick hands. You might want to rewatch the stream.
I guess, if you're taking JD's play at face value, he raises flop after you 3-bet pre. That's a pretty strong line. And then when the board pairs on the river, what do you beat? That's raising flop. I guess we can see all the cards, so obviously we knew it was a fold, but it sucks to fold a pair there. But I guess JD was telling you that he had a strong hand, but he just happened to get lucky. I don't know. JD probably has all of the flopped sets there compared to just the big premium starting hands that Rick had. It seems hard to fold those queens, I think. Yeah, Carlo, the chat pro, I was leaning towards that as well, saying I would have ripped it on the flop. SPR was just a bit above 1. Yeah, I think, you have an overpair. It feels weak to just call, and especially there's some turn cards that really screw your hands, such as the king of spades. Now you're giving JD a free card on the turn and allows him to get there on the river. I think maybe shoving flop. I wonder what the solvers would say. I have zero access to a solver, but
Lots of hands.
I'm not sure what's happening.
I don't either.
Jim raised to 300
Here
with
for
the
the
king
ride.
9. Dong 3-bet.
There it is. That's
and
what we were
gets
missing.
it through. Matthew Farmer says table needs another straight flush. Yeah, absolutely. We needed another big one. I mean, that was a pretty big one.
That was a big one.
20,000.
That was a $40,000 pot. That was our 42K.
Oh, the straight flush. Yeah, but I'm
Yeah.
saying I had two different thoughts. JD with the ace 10.
Yes.
Okay, maybe it's not a tough fold to fold the queens, but it's an uncomfortable. Like, I don't love folding queens there, especially with the king checking back. I don't know. It's an interesting spot. Texas Theory Optimal, that's right.
Yeah. Dongyer, 2 threes in the hole, $400 to go after Zane did open to 450 with a king 10. JD is out in the straddle, and Dustin the double straddle for 200. That's why the sizing's a little up right now.
That's right. And it's very different playing this deep. Like playing 1-2 or 2-5, playing 150 big blinds deep, you're just ripping it if you're getting raised on the flop with the queens there. But if you're 500 big blinds deep, do you really feel great ripping a single pair as a third bet over? I mean, I don't know.
JD would have flopped top 2 here, should he have continued in this hand. But Dong, in fact, going to lead out with the best of it. 675. Just going to donk into Zane, the opener here. Let's see what Zane decides to do. Just going to fold it. Nice hand for Dong here, the pocket threes.
Yeah, Dong likes to mix it up. He's got a fun game. And if you can afford it, it's like the most fun way to play poker. Super deep, splashing around with weird hands. $25, $25, $50. Dustin, still a team player putting the straddle out there. Let's go. I mean, this man's a gamer. I mean, this is not his first round of mid or high stakes poker, depending on how you see it. I mean, this man plays high a lot, so he's happy to put the straddle out there. Jim raising it to 300 with 7-6. Rom calls with Queen 8 of spades. Why not? Dong in there with the King Jack of hearts. And Dustin, having invested 100 already with the 7 Dewey and a price, he's in there like a boss.
4 players to a flop. Who's got it? Ace 4-4.
Ace 4-4. Nobody has an ace. Nobody has a 4.
No one has a pair
Dong.
on the board.
Dong ahead with King Jack high.
Oh, please. Oh, do not. Oh, burn and turn. No. No. Is it? Is it a burn and turn? Ooh.
So, looks like Rom had bet flop.
Let's see if they have to get a floor over and trying to see. They might have just let it go to the turn. Ah, table audio. Shame.
Yeah, I'm so confused.
So it looked like Rom wanted to make a bet there on the flop, as he did have the button here. So in a normal scenario on the cash floor, and it would be the same scenario here, is that we would put that card that was ripped into the deck, reshuffle, after you put out the natural river as the turn. It's called a burn and turn in the dealing world. And it looks like that's what's going to happen. Look, maybe? Are they proceeding with the burn and turn? So that's the natural river that they're going to use for the turn.
Now they put it back in and shuffle it, is what you're saying.
Yes. Yeah. So they're going to try and maintain what the board would have been the most they can.
Unfortunately, it's just like an anticlimactic hand because nobody has anything.
Right, exactly. For more questions about burn and turns, throw them in the chat. Anything about dealing. If you have any questions about rules, stuffs, things, send them. Existential Dog 2021 with the sub. Thank you so very, very much.
Quarter, 50, 100. Thank you to everybody subscribing tonight. We're so close to 45,000 subs. We've got almost 800 people watching. Thank you to everybody tuning in. This is the place to be for high-stakes poker. Rom with Ace-Jack of hearts. You can get a royal flush with this hand. Raising it to 250.
We might not have Phil Ivey on the table, but we do have some Texas Degens and a couple Bens.
That's right. And those maybe outweigh a single Phil Ivey. I'm not sure.
Maybe.
As it comes ace high for Rom, but all spades. Monotone. Zane's got the queen of spades. Checks over to Rom. Bets 300 and a call from Zane. 10 of diamonds on the turn. I think you got to keep betting. 1,200 in the pot. Top pair, okay kicker. But you check back. Pot control a bit. And it comes a jack. Rom. Heater, check. Top 2 pair. The spade bricks off. Zane with the queen of spades might elect to bet to take a shot at it, but he does not. Rom with the whole board. 1,200 in the pot. He's going to bet 800, it looks like. Instant fold from Zane.
Nice.
Rom's taking down another one. He's got a lot of money on the table.
Yes. I'm sure they're all doing just fine in their regular lives.
Yeah, but we can only speak to the table of what's happening
Yes.
on the table. We have no clue what's happening.
Mucho dineros on the table.
They must be doing a full round.
They might be. I wonder if we're going to get a new player here in the
Strudel
6th.
doodles. I was about to ask. Surely there's someone out there in the room right now that plays this high.
Moneymaker just is now on vacation. He's in Mexico, I believe.
German moneymaker? I
Yeah,
bet
he's
you
gonna be
he's
there for a
still
month.
playing. That man is a machine.
He's a moneymaker.
That's right. Dong with ace queen on the button. Dustin with king 5. It's a little thin. Jim V with nothing. Apparently Tim 4 suited. Dong takes it down. I'm fine with the silence.
It's kind of nice. It's kind of nice.
I don't know. As broadcasters, I think that's always a no-no.
It's always a no-no, but it's a little different here. I would like to think in this setting,
Right.
because most of the time, we're supposed to relax a bit and let the chip shuffling fill the void.
Uh-huh.
But maybe a little different tonight. But that's okay.
Back when this started, it was just me sitting in this booth by myself in complete silence, having never commentated on poker before, trying to fill it for 4 hours. And, some days it was good, other days it was bad.
Well, that's part of the learning process.
But we made it.
We've all learned.
Haven't gotten fired yet.
That's God bless it.
A lot of
What's going on
respectable
here?
hands here.
What's
Ace 4
going on
suited,
here?
2 sevens, deuces, king
Black
10.
chip game. Look at that pot.
Golly.
Look at this game.
7-way action.
Yep,
And
sure.
it comes ace high.
Oh, perfect. Just the perfect hand here. Dong here. Way best of it. 50% of
no
the
one else
equity,
has
7 ways.
anything. Brian's
Wow.
got a Broadway draw. Dustin's got backdoor clubs and a backdoor wheel draw, but it's a little thin versus 4 players.
Yeah, I think this is just going to get through. Yep.
3,100 headed over to Dong, and all the black chips on the table. You ever played this high? Me either.
It's a negative.
One day. I just can't imagine being in a place where, with a straight face, I'm like, yeah, give me $20,000 for this poker game that I'm prepared to lose.
It's like a middling stack.
Yeah.
It's not.
It's like, yeah, give me
It's fine.
$20,000 US, and this isn't my only buy-in. And I'm here for fun. JD raising it to 250. 5-6 suited. Jim. The tea time.
That's it. You've got it. Nice. Nice. We were talking about the Masters a little earlier today. And he's going to take his 10s upstairs. Looks like he's going to make it, like, what, 650 to go?
I think so.
850.
850.
850.
Rom folds the ace-10. JD, 32,000 effective. This might be a little implied odds situation. I don't know. And I think JD agrees, and so he's going to be in there for 850. He wants to win a $60,000 pot. He wants to beat Jim for all the stacks, and it comes Jack 4-7. Open-ended straight draw for JD. Second pair for Jim.
Definitely enough for both of these players to continue on this flop, so Jim could probably pick a reasonable price here, and JD would probably pay it. He's going to choose $1,000. I could see JD coming along for one, if not maybe putting in a little raise here. It's going to be hard to win with 6 high, so I don't hate a raise here at all. But he's just going to flick it in. Thought about it. We're going to go to a turn card here. We're just going to come in 8. There it is. How about Gin
wow.
for our man?
Gin for
Impossible.
JD, 8 high straight, and Jim's got a straight draw to the jack as well.
How does he do it, dude?
He puts the work in, you know? He makes his own luck.
Unreal.
So Jim actually has 3 9s that he can hit that will give him the best hand. He's a 10-1 dog.
Can we get some binks in chat here? Throw the binks in chat.
Hark. Well, he's 91% to win. Betting 2,700.
Jim here, gutter of his own, is drawing live to a 9. 10 no good.
Jim in the tank. It's kind of a weird spot. Jim 3-bet pre. Jim bet 1,000 on flop. JD called 1,000. Jim checks. JD bets 2,700. Jim double blocks 10-9, but he's going to fold anyway. And JD takes down another nice one.
Nice hand for JD. Just finds it pure on the turn naturally. The big game here on TCH Live Poker. We welcome all of you if you're just joining us now. Man your keyboards. Got a question for you at the end of this hand here. Man your keyboards. Get ready. It's time. You all, if you've watched the stream with me, you know what the question is. Coming in hot.
Jim with king, queen of diamonds in the small blind.
Let's go. Only got to get through a few more players. It is a straddle pot. That straddle's been pretty consistent the past 1 million hands.
Brian with 8-3 suited.
Oh, takes it down. All right, it's time.
Go ahead.
All right, everybody. If you are watching TCH Live Poker on the planet Earth tonight, let me know where you're watching from all over. Let's show some love for where you're watching from. We're here in Dallas, Texas. Where are you?
Put on for your city, rep it for your country. An international affair. TCH Live.
Let's go. I'm going to read out the first section of locations I do see. Maybe show some love for where you're from.
Ryan Crow in the chat. The big boss.
Says almost 45K subs. Let's go. I agree. All right, starting to see a couple locations come on in. They're about to roll in. Here we go. JD gonna raise it up. 250 to go. Zane though putting on that 3-bet with the 10-8. That was a famous hand from RTQ stream. That hand did some damage. 10-8 suited. JD with the Jack 10 of spades. Do you want to go for a 4 here? Maybe throw this hand in your 4 range, especially against Zane.
Love Jack 10 suited.
He's gonna make the call. So we're gonna go play some flops here.
He's out of position. And it comes pair and an open-ended straight draw for JD. Pair, bottom pair for Zane.
Maybe some backdoor heart possibilities, but that's a dream. JD's gonna check it over to Zane, who will continue. He does have a pair. How about $1,000 to see where he's at?
Zane knows this board connects with his pre-flop 3-betting range a lot more than JD's raise and then call range, I guess. But JD's got plenty of outs to continue. Queen, both players with 2 pair.
They're now chopping this hand, I believe, right?
Yep.
Queen's 10 with the
Jack
king.
and the king play. Excuse me, the
Queens and 10s with the
queens
king.
and 10s with the king.
Yep. So Zane drawing to an 8 to win? Nope, 8's dead, right? 8's no good anymore.
A 9
so
is a
9
straight.
There. Yeah, how about that?
Jay Diggles finds a way. I mean, he's been ahead the whole way.
Jeez.
Rivers the straight. He didn't need it.
The suck
Or
and
I
the
guess,
resuck, I guess?
Well, I guess he sucked out of a chop. You're right.
Yeah. Zane sucked out into a chop on the turn, and JD just finds it on the river. It was only 9s, if I'm not mistaken.
JD with a bet. An instant fold from Zane.
Beautiful.
JD's going to add another $2,000 to his $35,000 stack, and he's up to $37,000.
All right, let's show some love to where you guys are from. I've got Austin, Texas, down the street, Waverly, New York, Massachusetts, Arlington, Texas, Austin, Texas from Ryan Crow here, Ocala, Florida, let's see, Painesville, Ohio, Oregon, Whitehorse, Yukon, Canada, Brazil, what's up, Brazil? Fairfax, Virginia, Frisco, Texas, Fort Wayne, Indiana. I was just there in Fort Wayne. Tulsa, Oklahoma, Ireland, Forney, Texas, Ridgemont High. Wait a minute. The Milky Way Galaxy. Love to see it. Shawnee, Oklahoma. Well, guys, thank you so much for showing some love to your locations.
Thanks for joining us from all over the world.
Absolutely.
Very cool to see. Over 800 of you watching right now and almost 45,000 of you subscribed.
If you want me to shout out your location next time I do stream, make sure you are there first, as I'll shout out always the first little group of locations I see. And we're back on to the next hand. Ace high flop, ace queen 10 2 diamonds. How about the nut diamond? Oh, second nut diamond draw, excuse me. Wasn't sure if that ace
and
was
a straight draw for sure. Versus
also
rebuy, it's a
there.
coin flip.
Yeah, wow, that's really that's pretty flipping close there.
325, pun
If I
intended.
may.
Ireland. That's on the bucket list of places to go. I guess
Ireland.
I've laid over in Ireland before, back in
Oof.
Marine Corps days, but I never got to explore. 8 of diamonds, pure.
JD.
JD just bricks it. Drills it.
Yeah, kill pot here for JT.
Yeah.
And finds a 6 on the river. That's no improvement for the holdings. Just a pair of aces for rebuy. Probably calling any bet $500 or less.
JD loving it right now.
How can he extract more value from his opponent? Probably just got to go small here. I mean, seeing the holdings, I guess he doesn't know what he's up against. He could very well be up against a better ace, but
the overbets worked out for him tonight so far, but I mean, he's got so much of the board. And
he's going to go up a little bit, actually. Can make it 1,100 to go.
And Rebuy's got top pair. You know, you got to tread lightly. There's no raise. It might be cheap enough for him to look him up in case he's doing something with, like, King, Queen, or Queen, Jack that misses. But JD's going to take it down. Rebuy gets out of the way smartly. On to the next one.
Let me continue. Love to see all the interaction. Yeah, you're talking about Ireland. That is definitely one of my places I've got to.
Seems like
play
such
poker.
a good time.
Oh yeah, that too. There's also that. I've thought about like wanting to be a poker. If I wanted to like be a poker dealer, like how lucrative that would be if I wanted to move to Ireland, like as my career path, just as I move.
Do they have a big poker presence there?
Oh yeah, Irish poker is huge. The only thing is that I think poker dealing dealers generally don't keep their tip or don't really make tips or whatever. As far because
they just get paid fairly.
Yeah, they just
to begin with.
Just get paid. So it's kind of like whatever. I think it's kind of a wash, but I guess I don't know. It'd be a total transition.
Looks beautiful there.
It's
and
gorgeous,
it seems
though.
like
At least I want to play poker over there.
Everybody's down to party, which is a very much a generalization, but it seems like I love the accent, and it seems like a cool culture. My wife's a redhead, so she would fit in just fine.
Dong here with the Queen 9 of diamonds, going to open to 375. Dustin going to call in the straddle, defend it with the old 6 deuce of diamonds.
He wants his own straight flush. Doesn't get it this time.
No dice. So ace high flop here. Pair of 9s for Dong. It's just going to check for showdown, and Dustin just going to check, give up. Ace of spades here on the turn does not spell good for any of this action. I can assume Dustin's going to maybe posture a little bit, then release his hand. Unless he wants to get swifty.
He's done it before tonight, you know, like men clicking. Oh, Zane with a little Smoothie King action, or is that a daiquiri?
He often has Smoothie King.
That'd be hilarious. It was
He
just
always
a
gets
massive
the big-
drive-through daiquiri,
Oh, that'd be funny.
circa Louisiana. But yeah, Smoothie King.
I frequently see Zane with the big gulp of Smoothie King.
It's like $17 smoothie. I think
They
you
have a
can
good
afford
reward
it.
system now. You got to get the app. They do.
Buy 10, get 1, or whatever.
Well, they have a coupon right now. I'm not gonna do the coupon. I'm not getting paid by Smoothie King. I just like their smoothies.
They are delicioso.
Smoothie King just almost got a straight free ad from me. They were free rolling that one. Ace Queen for JD is going to raise it up to $300. Dustin for 3 of spades. Going to make the call in the third blind. Down to straddle here for Zane. He's got a suited king. Getting the right odds. He's in there. Let's go to a flippy flopski.
3-way action. JD in the lead.
How about 7 high red, 2 diamonds?
Dustin with a gutter ball.
Yep, absolutely an ace high. Otherwise, the best hand. Dustin going to bet that gutter ball. Rod of regression might get it done, but I can see JD maybe making a float here. But I think he just puts this flop way more in Dustin's range, and he didn't semi-connect to that range, so nice fold there. He was behind. Dustin takes it down. On to the next hand. Brian Crow saying there's a lot maybe in the future for our Austin location, some upgrades or new things. That's exciting to hear. Can't wait to hear what's coming down the pipeline eventually.
Austin's a big poker market down there.
Sure
They've got like
is.
triple or quadruple the amount of sites that we have here in terms of total rooms.
Yes.
I was there when they opened the north location, and it was a dream. I mean, compared to the rooms that the south location, I mean, it was just like this insane upgrade. I don't know if anybody's been to the North Austin location, but it kind of set the tone for all the TCH rooms in Dallas, built off of that. That's where it all started down there in Austin.
Three bet here from Dong with the 8-7 off, and that's why this game is the best in town.
Let's go. V pipping at like 45% the last time I saw, so Dong definitely doing his part to carry the game. Brian's in there with 2 5s. Defending.
Heads up to a flop. No 5 on this flop. 7-8 actually flops a gutter.
Gutter, backdoor spades. Brian.
Double gutter, right? 7-9. Yep.
Just a 9.
Or just a 9? Oh, yeah. Yeah, just pair up.
A spade comes on the turn,
Same
and now
straight.
gives him yep. Gives him a spade draw as well. So now it's 60-40 in Brian's favor, but Dong has all the cards to now continue and takes it down.
Nice. Continuing it on, we could see three pretty big stacks here. JD, Rom, Dong, all around 40K or more. Dong all the way up to 51.5K. It's a big stack night here on Tuesday. Welcome to the stream, everybody. Sitting at 375 likes, 777 people watching.
Very fun stream tonight. I would encourage everybody, if you're coming in late, we had a very momentous hand, like a once in a potentially lifetime hand that happened. I would encourage you to watch from the beginning. If you're watching this later in the future, watch the entire stream because there's a couple hands that are very, very interesting. One, I mean, truly like a exponentially low percentage situation, 3 ways. Pretty sick. JD raising a 7 of diamonds. Jim calls with ace jack, naturally. And it comes 10 high.
Yeah, sure. 10 high, 2 clubs. And ace jack well in the lead here. Jim going to check it over to him. Third club comes in on the turn. So Jim picks up a jack high club draw. Actually has a straight flush draw.
Ryan Crow
doesn't
says,
need it, though.
Thank you, guys. We have amazing staff. Tyler says 100%. We appreciate Ryan, all he does and continues to do. And Ryan says, now if we can just find some half-decent commentators.
It's real, like I said earlier.
Wacky tongue winky face emoji.
Hard to find good help. And,
That's true. It's not exactly like there's a large selection pool of poker commentators. They're not really teaching this kind of thing in school these days. We are grateful to continue to have our jobs, Sir Ryan.
You know what? This is where we hashtag labor shortage.
Oh, man. I mean, it is hard to find commentators. I'm not saying we're worth anything, but I'm saying it is hard to find good commentators either way. Like you can't just like I guess you could put it out on Indeed, but there's like 12 people out there that have experience doing this.
You're not wrong. I only got this job because I had Magic experience, so like Magic coverage experience.
Oh, man.
It ain't easy being cheesy.
I got this job because I begged and begged and begged.
Oh.
It was a charity thing. Not really. I think I was the only one to maybe submit a video. Submit an audition.
Well, you do a hell of a job. Don gonna go ahead and raise to $400. Rom with the deuces is in there. Ugh. Queen high spades. Rom here with the deuce high flush draw and bottomist pair. Don with the ace jack has a little
Deuce.
bit of a ugh. Wow, weird. What a
Rom
weird hand
turns
here.
a set of deuces and Dong with a double gutter and an ace high overcard. Rom running very pure tonight. These players are 40,000 effective. Bet and a call. Dong praying for a miracle river card. It comes an ace. That is not the miracle card.
SpaghettiOs
So now
for Don.
Rom hopefully understands his situation. He's going to check over to Dong.
Wow, weird. And this is such a great spot to check back to, but he's going to go ahead and bet it and try and go for value. Maybe
Dong thinks he, out-rivered
kind of hand, maybe
a queen or a missed spade draw. But now Rom, I think, is going to raise it like a boss.
Yes, sir. 3,000 total. Let's see if Don can find the door here.
Dong's like, what raises river here?
Ah.
It's very strong to be check raising river, and he shows the deuce.
Love to see it.
Doug R., did Kirby just pat his own back? Yes. If there's anything I'm a professional at, it's giving myself props.
Ryan Crow, you opened a comic book and Magic the Gathering store? How is this first coming to my knowledge that you owned a Magic store? Oh my God.
Said he learned a lot of expensive lessons.
That's insane. Did you know I'm a Magic player? That's so funny. Anyway, $100 Shreddle is still on this evening. He could just also be fooling with me, right? It's possible.
He could, but I think he's serious.
Wait,
Dong, king
not
jack
putting
of
on the bluff?
spades, raising it to 400.
That's kind of sweet. All
Eh,
right, Don
raise
takes
and
it
take
down. There it is. The old Ben Kirby walk.
That's right.
I know it.
Untrue walk. I'll take a walk however I can get it. Ryan Crow just likes to turn cards into profit however he can, whether it be magic cards, playing cards.
Oh, my goodness. 50,000 physical cards? Let me come raid your garage, my friend.
There's some money to be made in selling those magic cards for the right ones, from what I hear. JD with the 2 9s, under the gun, +1, raising it to 250.
Action's going to get back, looks like, all the way up to the blinds. Rom's in there with something. How about threes?
2 3s.
Off to a flop here. Looking for a 3. Does not find it. 9's in the lead.
King 7 deuce Badoogie for Rom and JD. JD ahead with the 2 9s, betting 225. Rom might not want to mess with it, but he does. Calls 1 bet. Here comes a deuce, 3s and deuces.
2 pair of both players. The 9's way in the lead here. Looking for a couple of trays. Is Rom, JD. Just going to check to get to that showdown. Pretty cheap. Oh, my goodness.
A 3?
Bada bing, bada boom. JD finally bleeds.
Rom, rivers 3s full of deuces. You know, I don't know if this can get very expensive for JD, given that he's just got second pair. But he's at least going to, I think, maybe pay off 1,200.
It's pot size bet. Oh, you see that transition?
And yeah, that was interesting.
A little fade in.
And
He does pay it off. 3's full, going to be the bestest
JD
hand here.
sees that he got sucked out on, but you know he's done his fair share of that as well.
Of course. Little money going Rom's way. Rom was the recipient of a pretty large pot earlier today. We've alluded to it, and we're going to keep alluding to it. We're not going to tell you what happened if you haven't.
Daniel
hold on a
Winthrop
minute.
with a $49.99 super chat and a hippopotamus jumping out of a treasure chest, punching the air. Thank you for that very generous super chat. That's pretty dope.
That's insane. Thank you so much for the generosity.
Thank you.
Daniel Winthrop, that is more than philanthropic, so we appreciate it very, very much.
Absolutely.
Go
Some
straight
TCH
to the...
Live loyalty points headed your way.
Absolutely. Least we can do.
Zane, this is the first time we've seen Ace King in a while. Zane's raised it to 250. I mean, we truly haven't seen Ace King in like 2 hours, it feels like. Jim's got 8s. Rom's in there with Jack 9 suited.
Let's go to a flop come 9 high. That looks like a garbage day flop, but Rom here, top pair, Jack kicker. Jim here with second pair in pocket 8s.
We don't know what JD has.
No, Zane's going to go ahead and check. Jim thinks he might be ahead here, and hard to blame him.
Man, Rom is running really good tonight. I mean, he also plays really well, but definitely helps to be running good.
Three of hearts on the turn.
Anybody have a heart?
I think Jim had a heart. He sure did. He has the 8 of hearts flush draw here. Looking for an 8 to make a set or a heart to make a flush. Otherwise, Rom will take this one down with a pair of 9s. Rom's going to check it over to Jim. Jim,
You got it.
I have no idea.
You got it.
I was going to say. I'm usually wrong there. So, but he will make the check, which I assumed he might, and the 10 does come on the river. Rom does have the best hand.
These stacks are very large. Rom checking it over to Jim. Jim checks back a lot of hands. I don't know why Rom checked that there. That's interesting. Rom taking down another one. There's so much money on this table. $25, $25, $50, $100, no limit hold'em. Live from Texas Card House, Dallas. The TCH stands for Texas Card House, the premier membership poker club. Locations in Dallas, Austin, Houston, and the Rio Grande Valley. This is the place to play, especially if you're in Dallas. 26 tables that are full 24/7. I mean, that's, maybe 4 a.m. It's not all 26 tables, but most of the day and night, all 26 tables full. Cash poker, tournament poker.
We say it's Rio Grande Valley, but from the Dallas Board of Adjustments hearing, they definitely didn't like the words Rio Grande Valley. They much preferred Edinburgh, Texas.
Who's they?
Some of the committee members.
Oh,
because we had said Rio Grande Valley, that we had a location there, and they're like, what? Where? What is that?
What is that?
What is that?
It's in Edinburgh.
Edinburgh, Texas.
King high board. JD connects top pair. Dustin, stone nothing. Bet and a raise. Looks like a click.
That does look like a click.
He likes this move every once in a while. JD's not going anywhere with top pair. A min click is just rarely the best, like the optimal sizing, one way or the other. But this might be a live thing that Dustin does. Just give it one shot to stab at it. Try to take it down, and now JD's going to go check call mode, and Dustin's now has to decide if he wants to continue betting with 4 high. So Dustin's going to bet 600. JD with the check mark. I don't think he's scared of calling $600. You know, it's the board's starting to get a little scarier. He can't really raise unless he wants to turn his hand into a bluff, I guess. And Dustin has now got himself in a predicament. Kings and sixes for JD without fail. Checks one more time to Dustin, who's just got 4 high and no chance of winning this pot unless he bets. And he's got to bet a lot. Dustin looks like he's going to bet full pot-ish. Maybe give up. Checks back. Kings and sixes. Dustin kind of shows the 4 high and said, oh, okay, I was way behind the whole way.
We continue on. 2 players in the black, 5 players not, or 6 players not. JD and Rom both up 5 figures on the game.
That's awesome.
That's sick. And now that's pretty much bounties on their heads.
Yeah, everybody wants to take a big chunk off of the likes of Dong and Rom and JD. That could be for us, life-changing money. In some of these pots, you know, we could see another $40,000 pot. We've seen one already tonight. Yeah, Rom winning about $35,000 tonight is like so sick. Happening. Folding over to Dustin after Rom opens to 250. But
Whether they're backtracking the holdings here.
Hand 100.
Nice. Whenever we hit 100, that's good. And we still have an hour to go. Oh my god.
Dustin defends with ace-6 off, jack 3-7. Ugh, horrible board. We don't know what Jim has. Got a big stack of blues. 375 from Jim. High probability he's doing a little better than ace-6 and ace-4, especially with him leading. And a call from Rom, who's got some backdoor possibilities. Jack pairs the board. Jim checks over to Rom, opening up the opportunity for Rom to maybe bluff at it.
See if he does. He is the kind of player that can make moves. Looks like he's going to go for one.
Very tall stacks, going to bet 550.
Sometimes raw aggression on this table can get it done, and it does.
Instant
right
fold, especially
there.
when you're running really hot. People give you
yeah.
more respect, and he kind of shows it. Why did the button move?
I'm sure John Kelsey will take care of that. Our action tracker will make sure it's in the right spot.
Instant fold. Yeah, so he moved the button from Dong's seat to Brian's seat.
Now that shoot. Missed it.
Was it a misdeal last hand? I don't know. We can't hear, so
Yep.
there very well could be an explanation.
Folds over to Brian on the button. Jack 9 of diamonds. Slam dunk open, raising it to 250. Over to Dustin. Some work to do. Jack 10 off. He calls. Zane in the straddle. 2 unknown cards. He's going to bump it to 1100. Third bet. Back over to Brian. Jack 9 suited. Gets out of the way. Haven't heard from him much tonight. Over to Dustin, who doesn't want to fold. Doesn't want to get punked. He's saying something. Trying to get some read off of Zane or something. I don't know. And Dustin gets out of the way. Zane takes one down uncontested. I am so confused about this button thing.
Oh, now it just skipped?
It skipped.
Oh, God. Oh, God. Did we just, like, miss Brian's button so they backtracked it?
Maybe.
I hope that's not what happened.
Thanks for subscribing, Roberto
Yeah.
Dacchiardi.
Thank you so very, very much.
Ryan Chris said our store went broke quick because we were buying that stuff instead of paying rent.
You see, that happens.
That's funny.
That's so fun. It's really funny because, like, hypothetically, when you buy a Magic card for, less than it's worth and you can't hold on to them, right? Like, it's supposed to be good for you because you buy the cards for, like, 50% cash value and you sell them for $1 billion. But when you just keep buying them and you run out of time, you lose. It's like Monopoly, right? You buy all the properties and all of a sudden, bink, landed on Boardwalk and I'm done.
Ryan's now realizing how much his cards are worth now that he's looking at it.
Yeah,
Sports cards, or Magic cards, sports cards, Pokemon cards skyrocketed over the Corvid because everybody was just doing stuff at home. And it just got super popular. Now the prices are insane. Over to Dong. Jack 10 off. Raises it 350.
With a Jack 10, let's see if he finds any action. Get back to the blinds. Definitely not getting any from Zane, nor Jim, nor Rebuy. What's up with Rom here? How about the Big Slick?
Big Slick in the straddle.
What a time to have Big Slick.
And these players are 46,000 effective.
I know he's just smooth calling here, but this is a move.
What if it came ace, king, queen?
Oh, God. Nope.
3, 5, 6.
Garbage instead.
Wah, wah. So Dong's got a heart. He bets 425. You nut no pair for 425. Rom's probably going to look him up. He does. Throws a Pepto out there. 75 back to a turn. King, pure.
Wow.
Just drills it. It's Rom's show tonight, and we're all witness. Checks over to Dong. And when check 2, Dong is happy to oblige to betting 1,700. Full pot. Yeah, he's got a very, intense, high-risk, high-reward style, just like smashing the pot button every street. Now Rom, good raise here, but just calls. I think he might lead river if it comes a safe card this time, because last time this happened, he checked and Dong checked immediately, and you want to kind of set your own price. But he checks. What do I know? Dong with Jack high. Hearts brick off. Seven, 9 got there, I guess. 4, 7 was already there. Checks back.
Checks back. Check, give up. Jack high. How about top?
$5,000 pot, easy for Rom. Dong acting upset, but, he saved himself a bet on the river.
Man, that's a tilting showdown.
Yeah. Oh, you just hit your
had
6-outer.
Well, not only that, you limped with ace king, or you just called the open with ace king pre-flop.
When you're running so good that you get to change how you play your premiums, is a good sign.
Good spot for
It's
sure.
like I'm getting so many premiums, I'm just going to call this time to switch it up.
So we're like, we have just about 50% like to watch ratio right now. And that's insane, especially since we have no sound tonight. So thank you so very much for the likes, guys.
Thank you.
You showing your love for the old price of everyone's favorite, free 99.
Free 99 and, more poker than you could ever ask for. Hours and hours and hours, decades of poker over the past 18 months or so on this stream. You can watch every single stream back to the inception of TCH Live Dallas. You can just subscribe to the TCH Live Poker channel and check out all of our previous videos, previous streams. As the flop comes queen high for JD. But 7s and 3s for Dustin. This is, I guess, the benefit in playing hands like this, 7s and 3s. I think you need to put a raise in right away. He does to 600. 90 subs away from 45,000. If you're out there lurking, this is the time to subscribe. So JD with top pair, backdoor spades, facing an immediate raise from Dustin. Is probably just going to call.
This could be fireworks here, Dustin having bottom 2.
And this is kind of a queens and tens for
me?
JD.
Are you kidding
This
me?
is going to send
JD!
Dustin. This is going to send Dustin back to the oil rig, having 2 pair over 2 pair here, unless it comes a safe action killer card on the river. JD continuing to run pure. Same bet from Dustin. This is kind of a weird bet for JD because it's kind of hard to interpret. Kind of feels a little weak.
It's going to be like the 6 of clubs on the river here.
7s and 3s for Dustin. And this is kind of like a bet sizing tell a bit. Like in previous hands, Dustin has min-clicked his weak hands trying to take it down there. But this time he 3x'd JD's bet. JD always does a good job of taking up just about the same amount of time for each play. It's hard to tell if he's weak or strong. And he's going to check raise right here.
Wow.
And this is a good check raise because, like, what hands does JD really have on a queen 7-3-10 board when you've got 7s and 3s? Like, do you really just have queen 10 here every single time? I don't see Dustin folding 7s and 3s really, especially given the night he's had. Yeah, and he's just gonna kind of
make
puke
that
call
here. Let's see a river card. It needs to be a 7 or a 3. That's not it. It's the 5 of hearts. Brings in a backdoor heart draw if there was
heart
one.
draw. 4-6 got there, which is thin. And JD.
I mean, to be fair for Dustin here, backdoor heart draws are the ones that are check raising you on that turn card. Or at least it's a possibility.
I think JD's trying to assess the situation out because at first it felt like maybe he just does his overbet to get all of Dustin's stack. But now he's maybe realizing that, yeah, you're right, a flush draw check raises that turn, and now he's just going to milk it. 2,300 instant call. JD playing this perfectly.
Wow.
And like I said, Dustin not happy getting sucked out on the turn.
Near $12,000 pot here going JD's way. The
You
players
feel for
in the
the guy.
black get richer, man.
I mean, it's like, you get this brutal 0.02% suck out earlier for stacks, and now you think that you've got a night turnarounder with the 7s and 3s, and your opponent just drills his 6 outer or whatever he had.
God, JD. Finding turn cards like nobody's business.
Todd F. Packer. Quote, how do I play 7-3 here will be the next post on Reddit for them to say, quote, LOL, fold pre-noob.
It's just the meme. Fold pre is just a hand history like
every
meme.
every forum ever. How do I play this? Just fold pre.
Fold pre. But it's suited. Yep.
It was suited, and he flopped 2 pair.
Hello. Thank you for the sub, Danny Pike and Vivid Trading. Appreciate you guys. Couple subs coming in there hot as we're on the road to 45K. We're less than 90 subs away now from 45,000. Can we do that by the end of the stream? I think we can, but we're going to need some assistance from all of you. Lots of giveaways to happen on tomorrow's stream if we can make that happen.
Absolutely. Dustin flopping a spade draw, as well as JD flopping second pair once again. I mean, props to JD for playing that perfectly to basically get the max that he could with the 2 pair there. He,
in previous hands overbet and could push Dustin to fold. I think Dustin could find a fold if he bet the full 10,000 or whatever he had, but he sized it enough to where Dustin had to make a crying call. And yeah, that pot really developed. It also helps to have 2-pair over 2-pair. As a 6 comes, and I think JD just hit 2-pair. No, Brian turned a jack. Excuse me.
Yeah, the jack is still good.
1,400 in the pot. Dustin's done with it, even though he rivers a 6. Brian says king jack, ship it my way.
Brian does take it down. We continue on. More action here from TCH Live Dallas to come.
Looks like we're 86. Did you say this already? 86 away. 86 subs away from 45,000.
Yeah, we're just under 90. Yep. We can do it.
We can do it. We've got about 50 minutes remaining in this stream. Time flies when you're commentating in silence. Pure, deathly silence.
We do our best.
We do our best.
Do our best.
You know, the cards thankfully have delivered and have allowed it to be an entertaining stream regardless of the void that we sit in. Jim with the ducks and the cutoff.
It's going to make it at least some sort of number. How about $300?
Raising it to 3.
Hey, there's some subs coming in. Ian McKinnon, isn't that a pro player? Hold on a minute. Ian McKinnon with a sub. Soul Piper with a sub. Thank you so much, guys. One step closer. And now Deuce is in the lead 3 ways for showdown. It's going to be an ace-high board, ace 4-8. So now Dong with middle pair. Going to have the best of it.
He's going to lead
bottom pair.
Bottom pair.
Bottom
Yeah,
pair.
675 right away. This is interesting how he chose to lead there. Because Jim V raised pre. And has a lot of aces. That's interesting that he just chose to. Thanks for subscribing, Mario Aguirre.
There we go. I think they're getting it. I think you guys are getting it. Free stuff to come should we get to 45K.
Let's go. Over 409 likes as well.
As Dora's backpack said it best, come on, let's get to it. I know that we can do it. I don't know how many people I just resonated with.
Rom raised it to 400 with 7 deuce of diamonds on the button, and JD's got ace king. He's going to raise it to 1,400.
That's a big bet. And Rom is going to show the old 7 doogie.
$2,000 pot. Add $550 to JD's stack, just like that.
Rom's like, I was drawing to number 1. Carrie Ringhausen, thank you so much for the sub as we keep it on moving. $80 away now from 45K. We're getting closer, friends.
Brian with ace 7 raises it to 300 on the button. Hadn't had much going tonight for him. Dustin with 9-5 suited. Zane with a suited gapper as well. So things are opening up a bit.
Let's see a flop here. It's going to come 4 high, 4 trade deuce, all spades.
Brian with a wheel draw and the only spade draw. Dustin with an open-ended straight draw. Zane with a pair and a straight draw.
All right. Little something for everybody involved. Zane going to be betting. Ooh, but everyone folds, so top pair good.
Interesting. Yeah, monotone board. Dustin doesn't want to deal with hitting an ace of spades or a 6 of spades and being like, well, I've got a straight and still have to fold.
David Lee with a sub now. All right. thank you so much for joining.
Sorry, that was me. I had a piece of ice. Did not mean for that to catch on the mic.
Oh, I heard it, but I wasn't sure if they would hear it.
My bad.
That's okay.
That's
It's
my
okay.
bad.
It's okay. We'll give you one.
Just trying to prevent my voice from cracking, but I think it's inevitable. Trying to keep my whistle wet.
Just TCH ASMR.
That's right.
All of
that's right. That's for after 10 p.m. That's where the channel goes. TCH ASMR. I'd prefer it to be pretzels. Not exactly keto, though. Dustin with a premium now, Ace King.
All right,
He
time
would
to
love
get paid.
some redemption.
Yep, time to get paid for sure. Can he find any action? Just a straddle now to find action with. 6-4 offsuit for the Jimothy. Looks like he might defend for the stream.
Oh, that's good. Dustin happy to get the action.
And it will be a queen high flop. Ace King win the lead here.
Broadway draw for Dustin. Just a straight nothing for Jim.
Yep. Nothing Burger indeed will not be putting more chips in the middle.
And that's equally as tilting. When you have a premium and don't get any action, it's like, how am I supposed to build my stack? Soft breathing and ice crunching you.
Now, you see, I didn't think you were going to get roasted. I thought it was just going to fly by. But
I'm happy to be roasted
All right, here we
for
go.
sake of the stream's entertainment.
man, my first night was rough. My last name, we had all
People
of
couldn't
the
say it?
jokes.
Oh.
Well, it was like I said my last name was Miney, and then all of a sudden there's a bunch of the eeny, meeny, miny.
Oh.
My knee hurts. Bend over, of course. I mean, but obviously you've heard that one.
Uh-huh.
All of the greats, just all the
All the
hits.
greats.
Ben Gay.
Yes.
Yes.
That
250 here from Jay Diggs.
3-betting over Rebuy's raise, and Rebuy hasn't raised any pots in the past hour or so. Saying 4-bets to 1,000. What is happening?
He did this earlier.
Everyone just like decided to have the perfect read, one by one by one.
Dang. Zane 4-betting the 10-8. Insane. He 3-bet with 10-8 of hearts earlier today.
It's a nice little gear change.
Nice to see.
Yeah, Rebuy was like, all right, I'll switch it up. I'll raise it with a pseudo connector or whatever. And JD was like, this is the time you're doing this as a bluff, so I'm going to 3-bet with a light hand. And then Zane was like, I know you're doing this on purpose, so I'm going to 4-bet with 10-8.
Tom Thompson with a sub.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tom Thompson.
And I see 420 likes.
Blaze it.
Blaze it. King Queen for JD, raising it to 250.
I want to keep my job. Probably should have said that. That's fine.
Jim folds a 6-4 suited. Rom looks like he's in there. King 3 suited. 2 of those spades are already dead.
All right, let's see a flop here. It's going to...
Looks like 2
Here comes
spades for Rom and top pair for JD.
Okay.
Let's see an $80,000
Okay.
pot, please.
We have the makings for it, but I think JD could get away from JD can get away from it.
200. I mean, if, we're just expecting Rom to hit it.
I mean, that's step one, and here it is. Bang. Nope.
No, 4 clubs on the
Nope.
turn.
All right, well. I don't think we're going to be seeing an $80,000 pot this hand, but we might see a big one still.
1,000 in the pot. Rom checks it.
$700. Two and a thirds, 1-2 buy-ins. We'll get a call from Rom. Drawing the king high flush. Will he find it? He does
Hits
find
it.
it on the river.
Queens and deuces with a king for JD. And
Okay.
the king high flush for Rom.
I think this is Rom's 19th flush tonight.
Yeah, it really helps to hit your cards every single time to turn a session around. Thanks for subscribing, Derek Estelle.
It's going to be a bet. How about 2,200? And
J-
now this might be a clean call.
JD's the type of guy that can maybe think it through and find a fold. Because he's seen Rom bet full pot with a made hand several times tonight. But
Fantastic
that is-
fold.
that
Are
is-
you kidding me? So good.
That is wild. I mean, that is a really good fold by JD because really he has to have a flush, a deuce, or nothing, I guess, like because he's got most of the other queens beat, but that's impressive, man.
Unbelievable.
Because it's not like it was that much money.
It was half pot bet
to JD. Yeah, it was half pot, and he just quickly folds top pair.
Thought about it for about 6 seconds.
This is why it's like
it to the
I'm
monk.
never going to play with him, except for maybe charity, because like this guy is very good.
New sub here also, Derek Estelle. We're getting closer to 45K, guys. I think we can do it. Thank you so much for the sub. And for all those newcomers tonight, thank you for joining us. We have poker here at least 5 out of 7 days of the week, every single week. Make sure you hit that bell notification so you do get notified on your phone or devices when we do go live.
10-9 flops an open-ended straight draw dong with bottom pair.
All right. Maybe backdoor spades possible. Let's check to a turn card. That's going to kill that possibility.
That's a straight.
That's yeah, how about second nuts there?
Club comes in.
Not anymore.
Dong with just a pair. Brian betting looks like full pot. Instant fold. Unfortunately, Brian has just not had enough hands to really be able to mix it up that much, and so when he has a value hand, a lot of players can just fold. "45 minutes remaining in this 4-hour high-stakes stream. It's been a fun one. Again, there was truly an insane hand that happened a couple hours ago, and if you don't know what we're talking about, definitely rewind back and watch it. Or you can wait until producer David clips it on TikTok and all that kind of stuff.
And YouTube. We do have shorts on YouTube. Sure, it'll be there too soon. Nine high flop here as we go heads up. Top pair for both players. Kicker problems, though, for Dong.
Rom with outpipping Dong once again. Taking him to Value Town. 4-liner to a straight.
Wowie. Drawing to a 6 to chop is Dong, or a jack to win it all. Of course, a 10 also to make a straight. Jack or 10 will be good. Got to bet $800. I'm going to go ahead and flick in the call. Does have the best hand right now, but 20% of the equity here for Dong. Still drawing plenty live, and he finds a 10.
Oh. Wow. Dong gives Rom a little bit of his own medicine, rivering the jack high straight. Now, this is a very dangerous looking board, and so Rom is probably going to be able to find a way to get away from most bets. Dong is going to overbet it. 3,600. Rom with second pair. Any 6, any jack pwns Rom, and so I think he's going to find a way to get away from it. Hearts bricked off. Rom doesn't immediately want to fold his 9 because he knows Dong can be making these plays sometimes, but Dong with a miracle river takes it down. When was the last time we've seen an $80,000 pot? Early last year.
During the days.
The era.
The dream days.
Oh, man.
Before defrauding a medical facility.
That's right. That's right. Oh, man. We could see an organic $80,000 pot tonight, technically, which would be just so pure. Dustin just calls Queen Jack. Zane also calls Jack-10 in the hijack. 8-4 suited for Rahm in the small blind with a price. Coming along, Brian with 10-9. He's going to complete the straddle. Dong now with ace-4 off. In the strudel doodle. He's going to check his option, and we're 6 ways. 10-9-5.
All right, well, what's the news here? Top 2 for Mr. Brian.
That's nice.
That's pretty strong.
Open-ended for Dustin.
There you're on it. Middle pair, no kicker for Jay Diggs. And a lot of dreams going on. Top pair also for Zane. And he's going to be the one betting. $400. I'm sure he's going to find some bad news pretty quickly here. Looks like Brian trying to protect his hand here. He's going to raise it up to $1.9 thousand. Dustin here in the middle with an open-ender.
I think Dustin is really tempted to stay around. You know, he's pressing a bit. He's losing tonight. He's kind of gotten pwned by the deck. He would really love to just nail the nuts on the turn, pause, and get some of that money back. Zane here kind of in a tight spot with Jack-10. He gets out of the way. So everybody knows that Brian's playing, pretty ABC tonight, so he's probably got something very strong. Ace comes on the turn.
Now an additional, nope, no additional out. Just drawn to Broadway here or the lower end. Eight outs, 2 dead for Mr. Dustin as Brian does bet $3.3 thousand.
Good on Brian for putting the pressure on. Dustin smartly gets out of the way.
Nice
$8,100 pot headed over to Mr. Brian. First sizable one tonight for him. Looking at these chip stacks. 3 players with over 40,000 behind. Jim with 31,000.
Dustin was one of those big stacks, but you got to see the hand. Check about the hour 25-minute mark. That's when that hand is that we're referring to. But you're going to want to watch the whole stream. Lots of awesome hands tonight as we keep the $100 straddle on TCH Live Poker YouTube tonight.
Zane, 9-8 of hearts, raises it to 300. Dustin, Queen Jack again. Is like, all right, let's try it one more time. And it looks like a 9, maybe.
Yep, 9 high, so top pair for Mr. Zane.
Sometimes it's just not your night. I mean, for everything you try to do just doesn't work out. This feels like one of those nights for Dustin. But every hand is an independent event. So the next hand could be your one.
450, and I'd be really tired if I was Dustin, just like what you're saying here.
Yeah.
I'd be really just exhausted.
But who knows? This could be play money to him.
He will find the fold button and we'll continue on. One hand at a time here on TCH Live.
That's right. And we've seen a few tonight.
God, have we? So many hands. Such many.
Such many. Perfect grammar.
That's me.
Do we put the hundo on, Zane? Yes, we do.
He ain't no...
Yeah, you absolutely feel Dustin's pain. You know, it's kind of the... It's hard to forget those nights when you just can't get anything going, and it kind of frames your future game. It's like, this kind of stuff always happens to me. It's easier for me to remember the big losses than it is the wins, for sure. Dong's got ace-jack in the small blind.
If anything, the big wins damage you more than the big losses do. You learn from the big losses. You don't really learn from the big wins.
Right, because it could just be a positive variance reward. 10-6 suited for Dustin.
How about
King, Queen, Jack.
Yeah, that's crazy. Open ender for Dustin. Pair of jacks, the best hand is showdown for Dong. And it's going to come a deuce of diamonds on the turn. So no player with a diamond in their hand. It's pretty innocuous as far as their holdings go. But 525 from Dong. Going to go ahead and have the best hand and bet it.
Make your hand, bet your hands. Dong takes it down. Dong likes to play these, I guess, smaller pots. He hasn't won many of the big ones, but he definitely navigate the smaller pots for sure. Rebuy raises it to 300. Rom's got ace king. And he's going to re-raise it to 1100. Back over to Jim with ace 7. Quickly gets out of the way. Rebuy probably has something strong. But what do I know? Immediately folds. Maybe he has a soul read. Rom shows the ace king.
Just a half hour left of stream for you tonight. What are we on? Like on a hand, like 130 or something?
I think so. It's been a fun one tonight.
Austin Hill asks if the players are paying time when they're on the live stream. They absolutely are. No advantage for the players. That would basically just that would basically be the players getting an advantage over the other players in the room getting to play poker, while the other players don't have to. It's not very fair.
Brian, 2 7s in the hijack. He's going to raise it 3x. JD calls in position. Would rebuy with 3-4. He doesn't want to mess with it. Donates his hundo and heads up. $800 pot. King 6-5, 2 hearts. Brian with 2 7s. Ahead of the Jack 10 of JD. $475. And JD gets out of the way. What's the scoop on this weekend's tournament one more time?
Yeah, for sure. So it's going to be a $600 buy-in. So that's the first thing. There's a lot of things to cover about this tournament, right? So that's number one. And the second thing I'll cover, it's a mystery bounty tournament, right? But that doesn't mean that everybody that plays is susceptible to win a mystery bounty. It just means that if you're still in the tournament after the registration does close, then the bounties come into play, right? So once that registration period is over, everyone's in there, the prize pool's locked, that's when the bounties come in, because that's when we know how many different kind of sizes and things we can introduce, right? So we're not only just doing cash value, or it's not cash value, that's the wrong word. We're not only just doing cash prizes for the mystery bounties. There's going to be plenty of those, but they're also, based on attendance, is going to be entries into $1,100 buy-in WPT events.
Interesting.
Right. So there's going to be they're basically going to be like little tiny satellites, right?
Mystery bounty where you bust somebody and then you get to
then
draw.
You receive
something?
that. So it's going to be in an egg because it's Easter weekend.
Okay.
Right. So you are not allowed to open this egg, and if you do open the egg before you get busted, you are immediately disqualified from the event without any repayment.
Oh, jeez, this feels hard to.
So that's the thing. So there's only going to be one warning before the tournament starts, and well, maybe a second once the eggs are actually distributed. But if you open that egg during the tournament, you are disqualified without any repayment of your buy-in.
And so the team is going to put various prizes in the eggs.
Yep.
And then you can't open the egg until you bust or you win the tournament.
Yep.
And it could be a significant.
It could be $200. It could be $400. It could be what is it? A multi-$1,000 package into a WPT event.
Sweet.
But that said, that's the mystery bounty part of it. And then, of course, it's a $50K guarantee, so there's also that regular cash prize.
Mm-hmm.
And then at the end of the day, number one, or last person standing, will receive a $6,000 cash value package to get into any WPT main event of their choice during this season, the 2022 season.
Interesting.
So it's $3,500 buy-in plus $2,500 worth of travel cash.
And those are huge tournaments. I think I
Yes.
can't remember what the winner of the Choctaw one. It's some 300,000 plus or something. And here's a turn card for Rebuy and Rom. Rom turns top pair and the nut diamond draw. Rebuy turns top pair with a queen. Yeah, that sounds like a good time because there's, the standard prize pool and then the bounty prize pool.
Yep.
And then the added bonus of getting to participate in the WPT stuff.
It also incentivizes no chopping.
Yeah, play to the
Or at
end.
least play restructure or like split the cash value and then play for the tournament buy-in.
Right.
So I would say 99.9% of the time we're going to see a full run out of the tournament this weekend. Oh, wow.
Aces and queens.
I mean, he didn't need the improvement here on the river, but he does probably feel a little bit better about the hand if he wasn't already feeling great. Diamonds don't get there for Rom. Just a pair of aces, not a real kicker, playing the 9, in fact.
$2,200, 2/3 pot. It's gonna be kind of hard to fold. Although Rom holds 2 of the diamonds that he would prefer Rebuy to have for a bluff. I guess whatever. I disregard everything I just said.
Sure.
But Rom
Whatever,
calls.
it's fine.
Rom calls.
Man.
And Rebuy with a much-needed pot there. Hasn't dragged too many tonight. He's actually up $75.
Nice.
Rom up 35,000 and JD up a cool 20,000.
That'll do. That'll do, Pig. So, yeah, there was a lot going on with the question of what is all happening on during this weekend's tournament. So it's hard for me to cover it in a small amount of time. So Eugene and I, our tournament director, are going to go ahead and cover those questions before tomorrow's stream. So tune in about 10-15 minutes earlier, and we will be answering questions in that little portion. And then we're going to take that little clip, and then we're going to post it later. So if you want to know more about it, tune in tomorrow about 5:40ish, 5:45. Get all the information you need. But JD's got a pair of JDs in his hand.
Let's go.
How about pocket jacks? Premium holding here. Zane ace 10 offsuit in the cutoff. Going to call Jim here. Queen jack of diamonds, putting in the 3-bet. Up to 1.2K, getting a little swifty. And JD now facing the 3-bet. Definitely, I don't think he's going anywhere.
Players playing super deep. JD with 40,000 behind. I've seen him 4-bet this. I can see him just call. He does just call. Zane's really been in the middle in a lot of spots tonight, having just fold after calling once. $3,000 in the pot. Jiggities versus Queen Jiggity and a queen.
Wow.
Jim outflops
Are you kidding
JD
me?
for once.
I mean, hey, that's true. JD bleeds again, maybe. Will he find the case J?
7 of diamonds on the turn. Now Jim picks up a great flush draw, 98% equity.
1 out in the deck.
That single out would be very sick because then Jim would have top 2 pair. I think you got to bet now. A little something. Build a pot for yourself.
He's going to do just that, make it $1,800 to go.
Jacks feel too strong to fold to 1-bet, given that it checked flop.
JD going to get a couple $100 here in change, and we're going to go off to the river card, which is a 6. That does not change anything for these holdings.
Jim
Now
with
it's just
the best
a pair
of
of
it.
queens. Yeah, absolutely. It's going to check over to Jim. I think his size up here would be pretty interesting, but he's going
He
to check
checks
it back. He's going to take it to showdown, and JD will lose a hand. Can you believe it?
Almost a, how big was that pot?
About 7K-ish.
7K?
7, 8K-ish,
Nice
maybe.
hand for Jim.
That'll do.
Just had that stack of $1,000 chips, and now I got a few playing black and green chips now.
Asit Alawalia says, hi, guys. I know Asit is from India.
Hello.
He said hi to me last time he was in here in the room, stopping by. Good evening, or morning, I suppose. Early morning over there in India.
Thanks for subscribing, Anna T.
There we go.
Welcome. So close.
Poker rooms all over the country are having trouble either reopening or maintaining business because rake is going up, up, up.
Oh, is it really?
Oh my God!
I haven't been paying attention.
You should look into it.
That's one thing that'll make poker players riot.
Yeah, I mean,
raising the
they're
rake.
increasing the rake, and hourlies in Texas aren't going up at all. So that is why Texas
Like a
is
boss.
booming.
That's awesome.
It's so much cheaper to play in Texas, and it's just better for the game to have all that money stay on the table. Are you kidding me? So that's why we're seeing a big transition. So if you haven't already made the trip out to a Texas room, why not try TCH Dallas or any of our Texas Card House locations? We'd love to have you as we're seeing a run out here. Kings up here for JD with the diamond draw now on the turn. Has all of this board locked up. Left nothing for Jim, pretty much.
Looks like he wants to bet over pot, 1,050.
All right, and it's going to get a fold because Jim's got absolute nothing. He takes it down. We're on to the next one.
JD's having a night for himself as well, you know, adding 20,000 so far to his stack.
Yeah, there's some rooms that are currently raking 10+1 on 1-2 games.
Dude, I mean,
I'm just saying.
It's lighting money on fire. I mean, if you're there just to have fun, then you should, whatever. But that is robbery. Zane with 2 ladies.
All right, raising it up. Make it 300 to go. Will he get any action?
We shall see.
Of course, it's looking awfully strong. Oh, man, only one left. Dustin. Queen 10.
Queen 10.
Honestly, a defendable straddle hand, so I think he's going to do just that.
One queen remaining in the deck.
Will we find chaos? Yep.
Uh-oh. King, Jack, 8, all diamonds, so open-ended and a pretty good flush draw for Dustin. Third nuts. Third nut draw. 350. Dustin buying a $5 bottle of water.
Still cheaper than Six Flags.
That's right. He didn't buy it. He tipped.
Yeah, of course. I'm just no. Oh, that's true. We know that some viewers
yeah,
might not.
Clear enough. We don't sell bottles of water for $5.
They're absolutely included.
Dustin's going to check raise to 1,100, and this puts a little pressure on Zane with queens.
I'm pretty tempted to just check out.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, I love it. I mean, he's ahead, but I mean, we know that.
Not by much. I mean, it's a flip. Actually, Dustin was a favorite.
Crazy.
Any ace, any 9, any diamond gives Dustin the lead. So he was check raising with the best of it.
All right.
Or the best possibility of winning.
Interesting hand there. As we're getting close to the end. I don't know how we're getting close to like a hand record without J-Nick and Stassi in the box.
Yeah. J-Nick just blazes.
Like Sal, dude. That first half.
Yeah, he dealt really fast.
Really fast with lots of tanking hands, too.
Rebuy raise to 300. Rom immediately 3 bets.
Let's go.
Jack 10.
All right, 3-bet pots. I like to see these.
3 bets. Rebuys folded to several 3 bets tonight, but I don't think he wants to. Looking concerned. He might have a real hand here.
Sevens plus. Oh, looks like 4-bet inbound. To 3,000. And Rom just gets out of the way. It's a pretty strong line from rebuy, especially having not shown many hands down tonight.
All right. Al says she's appreciating the commentary. I think we're doing a good job without some ship shuffling and banter. We appreciate you,
Thank
Alice.
you.
It's very nice of you
Imagine,
to say.
imagine talking for 4 hours straight. You know, it's a practiced skill, and we're still, always trying to improve.
And we haven't gotten, like the cane to pull us out of the box.
That's right.
The that's all, folks.
Right.
We're still here, and I wouldn't have it any other way. Love high-stakes poker here on TCH Dallas.
JD
Nothing,
folded.
Burger.
I think the range is a pretty wide one folded to in the small blind. But you've got to still have a few players behind you. Dustin with 9 deuce suited raises to 300. Zane immediately calls, and Jim elects to surrender the ace deuce off in the best position.
Let's go, Queen Jack. How about King 10 flopping open-ended? 9 deuce with air bluffs here, probably.
This is setting Dustin up for a triple barrel situation that he does not want to be in.
Because Zane definitely has a callable hand here. Drawing to the nuts. And he's going to make that call. And 6 of hearts does come in on the turn. No sweat. Zane does pick up a 10-high flush draw, though the front door ones get there.
So Zane's got 95% equity. Dustin can
so
hit
how about it?
one of 2 deuces to win the pot, which would be so sick. But Dustin is not scared, though. He's going to bet, looks like 1,000 maybe. Yeah, 1,000. Zane just with like every out in the world is going to quickly call. 4K in this pot. Dustin needs to hit a deuce of spades. He does not hit it. The 4 hearts comes.
That's not it. 9-high black for Dustin.
And Dustin's only got 4,600 behind and really only one option if he wants to try to win this. And he's all in.
This is the one way to do it, but Zane with a 10-high flush.
I don't know how you fold.
Oh, that is a tough
You're
fold to
losing
find here.
to the, you're losing to the Jack of Hearts, which could have had a pair on the flop. The Ace of Hearts and the King of Hearts. I just don't think it's enough money for Zane to overfold here.
But yeah, like an ace of hearts here, it has to go for value.
Yeah, also, Zane can't imagine Dustin is doing this with complete air because he knows that Dustin knows that he could have a piece of this board.
But whose nothing is better, basically?
Zane really in the tank about this. Props to Dustin for, this takes heart to put in,
Yep.
$5,000 with 9 high like a boss. I think Zane probably is going to find a call, but Zane also has shown himself to fold in some tough spots.
How realistic is the Jack of Hearts here, though?
I don't know.
I think that's what he's really pent up about. Jack of Hearts, very susceptible to do this.
I think he kisses the chips goodbye and calls, given like you're blind versus blind. It's a cooler if he's got the Jack of Hearts or the King of Hearts or the Ace of Hearts. But he's also like, what is betting flop, turn, and river? The nuts are nothing. If he folds, this is going to be so sick. And he folds. Wow.
Unreal.
Dustin shows it. Dustin was fully expecting to get called there. 9 deuce, pure heart. That's all that was. And Zane found a fold.
Love it.
Dude, that is so sick. That's interesting that he folded.
Nice hand for Dustin. A little bit of heart going his way.
Yeah, he needed a win for the old moral victory bank. He's been had a tough go of it tonight. People are saying he has to fold. Blind versus blind, it's completely different. I mean, there's so many more bluffs, I think, or especially he's just got a weird stack size. Also, everything is a grain of salt because we get to see all the cards. Obviously, Zane would have preferred to call and win there. For him to show the 9 deuce is it's unlikely he has complete error, but also your hand is pretty strong. Blind versus blind, I think.
450 to go here from Brian. Rebuy going to call with top. Brian drawing to a queen. Only 2 left in the deck. Will he find one here? 4 of spades is not it. Now it proves. Rebuy here to the king high flush draw to go along with it. Jack here does give a pair to Brian, but that's no good. Ace, king, the best hand. They're both going to go check.
4-liner to a straight. 3 spades out there. Rebuy just not wanting to deal with it. Yeah. I mean, props to Dustin. This man is willing to put in his stack with absolutely nothing in order to win the pot. And it's hard for me to put myself in those shoes because I'll never have that kind of money. But still, that is such a scary board when you're the out-of-position dude betting with 9 high. And it's just mad props to be able to just rip it there and hope for the best.
Dustin here, mystery hand, make it $300 to go.
Dustin's in for 20, I think, so he's, another double up away from getting pretty close to being back to even.
Wow. Round 2 here between Zane and Dustin, but Raum's going to get into the mix in the straddle with the queen 4. Best hand in poker, according to the recent Wilhelmuth news. He's going to check over to Raum. Thought about it. Back to Dustin, the OG Razor here.
All it takes is one hand like that to turn your momentum around. 700, we don't know what he has. Zane's got 6s and 5s. He, doesn't want to get bluffed again by Dustin, but also, let's not go crazy.
6s can very well be in the lead here, and he's going to make the call. And we're going to see Raum leave the hand. So now it's heads up. Now it's officially round 2. Now picks up a gutter and 2 pair here for Zane. That's going to go check over to Dust. Dustin picking up.
He's going to rip it.
What? And now here's officially where we can critique the hand, right? What are we doing here since we can't see Dustin's cards?
Zane has
so go at it, Chet.
$7,400 bet in front of him with 3rd pair and a gutter ball after your opponent showed you the 9 high bluff. Are you really going to let this guy punk you 2 hands in a row? That's what he's thinking. This feels like a fold. If Dustin's crazy enough to do that back to back, it feels like this maybe is a value hand.
And he doesn't show this one.
Yeah, it feels like that he could have just flopped the joint.
All of the chips in the middle. You love to see it. All right, 10 minutes left of our stream, guys. Thank you so much for hanging out with Ben and Ben tonight.
Very good times. Thank you to everybody joining us.
We made a run of it without table audio.
4 straight hours of nothing but our voices. A true dream. A true poker paradise.
Tune in tomorrow for TCH karaoke. And how about a Ben Kirby walk for Mr. Zane there with the Jack-10? Perfect.
We've been holding strong, around 600 viewers. Awesome viewership to kind of stick around for 4 straight hours. Watching some high-stakes poker. Poker fans love to watch poker. Poker's one of those sick things that you could play for 10 straight hours or commentate for 4 straight hours and then go home and watch more poker videos.
It's true. It is really true.
And we could chalk it up to like, well, working on my game, studying. Eight seven versus 10-8. Open-ended straight draw for Dong. Brian with gutter ball, technically.
I guess. Drawn live to it if he finds that 10. King pairs the board. That's not it. Kind of an action killer. No player drawing to the nuts anymore. And bingo, bango, bongo. Double pair the board. They're playing the board, actually.
The board.
Wow. Has been a minute since I've seen that. 10 high as well, playing the board ski.
Chop it up.
Just push all 5 of those cards. There you go.
First chop of the night, I think.
That is. And as Julian likes to say, or likes to have us say, everyone likes a trap pot. He gives Derek and me so much garbage to say that.
I don't like a chopped pot.
I don't either. I
guess I like it when I'm behind.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
That prize pool's probably going to get pretty big this weekend. $600 buy-in, unlimited re-entries, $50K guaranteed. Like $30K guaranteed for first.
Thing is, 200 of the buy-in goes to the mystery bounty.
Oh.
Right, so
the prize pool is more like yeah.
So it might be like a regular 365 kind of regular prize pool.
Yeah. Maybe it'll attract a larger crowd. Who knows?
Oh, yeah, also that. Like, there's also the scaling. But we're not sure. We haven't done a mystery bounty tournament here at TCH Dallas yet.
I know people like those.
Oh, yeah, they're popular. They're like the new thing.
10, deuce, 6, 2 spades. Everyone's got clubs. Jim with an open end, or gutter ball, excuse me. And he just nails it. Right for the nuts. Jim hits the 8 and a 10 high straight. JD's betting with second pair.
That's no good. The old Nutterooskies for Jim. Going to put on the heat right now, JD, with that second pair, see if he wants to pony up the dollar bills. Let's go of it. Finds the right fold. Jim takes it down with the nuts. And let's go on.
Nice hand. It feels good to hit a gutter ball. Dong slowed down a bit in terms of VPIP. Maybe tightening up a bit, not getting as many hands. It's very active the first hour of the stream. Seven minutes remaining in the stream. Almost 450 likes. Anybody out there watching and has not yet engaged in the stream by liking that little thumbs up button? Appreciate everybody burning the single calorie it takes to hit that like button for us. Rebuy with a real hand. Ace, queen of clubs, raising it to 400. Rom, it looked like he called with the sevens. Yeah.
All right, so we're going to go 3 ways to a flop here.
King nine of hearts. In the small blind, you see a lot of people fold this here, but also who cares, Jack, deuce, 3.
Pair in the lead here for Rom. Couple live overs for both Rebuy and Brian. Rom going to bet his pair, and Brian's out. Rebuy probably could float. He does have back doors to the nuts and a couple overs. And he will float one street.
Yeah, 10 of clubs really makes your hand interesting.
And that is
3 of
not
diamonds,
interesting.
Not it.
That is yikes.
Second nut, no pair. Feels okay on Jack Deuce 3. 3 of diamonds doesn't change a ton, but you are getting crushed by hands exactly like Rom's.
Rom will bet it. Looks pretty big. It looks like 2,600. It's about 2/3 pot. Maybe a little bit more.
This is interesting. Rom's body language was very different at this sequence, and I think Reba is probably picking up on that. But he also just doesn't have a ton of hand to speak of. And Rom takes another one down with the 2 sevens.
I will attest to saying that liking the stream tonight will support us. I will also say that if you don't like the stream, you are less likely to win the lottery, because when you like the stream, you are just that much more likely to hit the lottery. So I was just doing so. Just
Your
so
logic
you know.
is sound, I think.
Just
it's
saying.
airtight.
Like, if you're going to a bingo game, if you're going to be playing some blackjack later, you want to be more lucky, and you are. And it's just scientific fact that you're going to be more lucky when you hit our like button. So
Very true.
it's been
Well
proven.
documented.
Yep, absolutely. You want to do that. Is there like a full-on wrap around Zane's smoothie right now? Dude.
Jim raising it to 300
got a
under the gun
raincoat
plus
on.
1.
Starting to delude the brain at this point.
Everyone's just not scanning their cards now.
Oh,
Everyone's
God.
completely
We're
given
just
up.
completely derailing here.
I think you're going to realize how little we know actually about the game if nobody's going to scan their cards.
That's fair.
Dustin's got Jack 10, so that's helpful. Zane calls with the deuce 4. 4-way action. 1,300 in the pot. Rom's got ace queen. Jim's got queen jack. There we go. Oh, baby.
What?
Somebody just flopped
Wait a
a
minute.
flush. Jim flopped
Yeah.
the queen high flush, and Rom top pair with a queen. Dustin's got straight draw. Zane's got the second nut low draw. And Jim's just going to come out firing after opening under the gun plus 1.
This could be a runaway train here if no more clubs come out. Can we see a queen on the turn? Nope. But top pair still for Rom. Drawn dead. Jim going to try and maybe find some value, or maybe wants to get crafty with the check. Let's see.
Jim would love to win a big one off of Rom.
He does get crafty.
Kind of saucy with it. This is maybe like, pocket queens do something like this. Pocket jacks, c-bet once on flop and then check turn. This might induce Rom to bet because Rom's got a pretty strong hand.
$800. A third pot here for Rom. Now, Jim, do you pull the trigger now?
Check raise looks super strong, but 800, kind of a feeler type bet. And now Jim, looking super chill, is going to check raise to 2,200, basically 3x.
Yep. I think maybe sometimes a king of clubs is doing this.
Oh, and he's getting a call from Rom.
Yep,
So
yep.
now Jim's got a pot developing.
So we're going to go ahead and see a river card. Bingo, bango, bongo. That is
Four of
not
hearts,
four of
safe.
hearts. Safe indeed.
Jim feels like he's basically got the nuts, and he's got 32,000 behind. He would love for all of it to go in, but I don't think it gets there. Jedi Master Ted, what did I say?
What did you say?
I can't remember what I said.
Doritos out of the nose. That is painful. Yikes.
Yeah, Jim's really gotten more out of this hand, I think, than he was expecting.
Okay. $40-some $100. How about $4,500 is the bet from Jim. And that's a snap fold from Rom.
Folds an $11,000 pot. Headed over to Jim.
Brian.
Basically even.
Brian's
Brian's up $5. That's hilarious.
That's amazing.
And that was the last 2-card hand.
That was all she wrote for 2-card poker here on TCH Live. And now we're going to do the PLO flip to end the night. Looks like a pink chip.
Wow.
Let's go. And from the booth here, let's do a quick sign-off. My name is Ben Miney, of course. Ben Kirby alongside me. 2 Bens in the booth doing the best we can without sound tonight. And we appreciate you guys for hanging in with us. So quick couple thank yous, of course, to the people at Texas Card House Dallas for what they do. Our floor staff and dealer staff, thank you so very much. Mr. Victor Leone putting on a great show here at TCH Dallas. We thank you for putting our stream on the floor. With that, we have streams coming up all week. Wednesday is going to be 5-5-10 here in Dallas. That's going to be with me and Derek Ing in the booth tomorrow. It's going to be a lot of fun. Of course, Thursday is 2-5 down in Austin. That's going to be awesome. And then we're back again Saturday for the final table of our Mystery Bounty tournament that we talked about. So if you like high-stakes tournament poker, that is the place for you. We'll see you on Saturday for that final table. And with that, let's go back down to the nitty-gritty here. Let's see who's got it.
$4,000 going to one lucky player without really any effort. Just pure gamble.
And I see Queen 9 would be the nuts here. Oh, clubs would be the nuts. King High clubs.
Jim V looks like a kill pot for him.
Oh,
King High
yeah,
flush.
Baby. Oh, yeah, send it. Jim's been waiting for that one. He takes it down, and that is going to be all she wrote. So one last sign-off from the guys in the booth. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for showing up. We had lots of viewership tonight, and we're so very thankful. So one last time from the booth here in TCH Dallas. My name is Ben, and that's Ben. We're out. We'll see you next time on TCH Live. Take care.
See you, everybody.
Win here, and you're in control of your ultimate WPT experience. Starting this April, the WPT Steps return with single-day tournaments in TCH Houston, Austin, Rio Grande Valley, and for the first time ever, Dallas.
Hi, this is Bill Cottam with WPT Steps, inviting you to come earn your world-class WPT experience starting this month at Texas Card House. You earn your seat, travel, meet and greets, and world-class experiences that money can't buy.
Win the WPT main event prize, and your $3,500 buy-in is covered, plus you get $2,500 in travel cash. You choose which WPT main event location, like Durant, Oklahoma, Hollywood, Florida, Las Vegas, or Australia. Win the WPT Prime Prize. Your $1,100 buy-in is covered and you get $1,900 in travel cash. Then it's up to you to choose which WPT Prime event location, like Thunder Valley, California, Thailand, Taiwan, or Vietnam. 4 different tournaments in 4 different cities, 4 chances to win. April 16th, Dallas and Houston. April 23rd, Rio Grande Valley. April 24th, Austin, Texas. For more details, visit texascardhouse.com and WPTsteps.com.